Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series is presented by Black Rifle Coffee and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, by T.H. Marine, Amherst Federal Credit Union, American Bait Works, Bill Penny Automotive, by Garmin, Big Bite Baits, Wedowee Marine, Bahio Sunglasses, by Loose Fishing, Strike King, and by Sweet Home Alabama. Live coverage begins now.
Welcome, everyone, to the Alabama Bass Trail. Oh, hang on. Let me find out what's going on here. Welcome, everybody, to the Alabama Bass Trail 100 at Lake Wedowee. It's the first stop of three of this three-tour schedule. It's a cold January morning. We don't expect anything less here at Alabama Bass Trail, whether it be the ABT 100 or the ABT weather teams to come in. But it is going to be a great day for fishing. They are catching fish. Some people caught some in practice. We're at Wedowee Marine South. You hear Wedowee Marine quite often, the Alabama Bass Trail. Excellent facility, and you see just behind me 100 of the best teams in the country are here to compete for a $100,000 prize. $25,000 going to the first place recipients. We'll pay down to the top 20 places, but a lot of contingencies up for grabs as well, whether it be the $7,000 Phoenix First Flight, or maybe it's the highest placing finisher in a Phoenix boat gets an extra $2,500, or the $500 Garmin, or the $1,000 American First Federal Credit Union. A lot of money is up for grabs. Now, this is a team tournament. Only 100 teams hit the water this morning. Expected takeoff was 45. We're going to let them out just a little bit early. But again, these are some of the best anglers from the country. You can have touring pros in the boat. One of the two anglers could be a guy that fishes, say, the FLW Tour or the Bass Pro Tour or the Bassmaster Elite Series. They are eligible in the ABT 100s. But again, a lot of money up for grabs, and also the championship belt. Who is going to be that team that takes it for 2023? But just like we always do on the Alabama Bass Trail, presented by Phoenix Boats and the ABT 100s, we want to kick things off with our national anthem. So if you would, boys and girls, please stand up, take off your hats, pay tribute to all of our soldiers here in the U.S. and around the world with the playing of our national anthem. That's how we do it again this morning, brought to you live by Black Rifle Coffee. Boys, get ready. Again, the 100 anglers. If you make your way by the boat, don't do us the drive-by. I don't need 50 miles an hour, but cruise by slowly. Work your way through. If you're in one of those later flights, you don't need to be up near the front. Work your way by it to make sure you say your boat number as you go by. Myself, Jason, and Kenny will be out there on the water following you throughout the day, or Kenneth will be out there on the water following you throughout the day. If we pull up to you, be as kind as you can be, because we're going to be live with Black Rifle Coffee. So boat number one, you're first up, kicking off the 2023 season with the ABT 100. Boat number one,
Wade Werner, Nick Enzio, you are first up. Good luck, guys. We'll see everyone. The first flight checks in at 3 p.m. this afternoon at Wedowee Marine South. You can come and join us. Those of you watching live all around the world right now, you come and watch us live if you're in the area. Roman Calvert, Shannon Calvert, boat number 2, you are good to go. Again, ABT 100, this is a 100 boat field. We'll stop after every 25 to make sure everything's good. Jeremy Bass, Justin Coxwell, you are free to release. Good luck, guys. Boat number 4, Lynn Johnson, Andrew Johnson. Johnson and Johnson, no baby powder for you today. Randall Hamilton, Justin Mott in boat number 5. Good luck, gentlemen. Regulars on the Alabama Bass Trail, number 6, Chad Schroeder, Chase Schroeder. Good luck, fellas. Been here, done that. Greg Werner, Carew O'Brien. Boat number 7, you are free to go. Boat number 8, Colton Doss, Dean Arrington, free to release. Boat number 9, Terry Mann, Terry Pryor. Team Terry, been here forever. Don't know which Terry it is, but there's a smart. He's all bundled up on that far side that I see it. We've got Alan Glasgow, George Crane in boat number 10. You are free to go. And again, say your boat number so I know where you're at. Don't just wave at me. Gage King, West King. King of the Castle here at Wedowee Marine. Somebody caught a 9-pounder because they waded in yesterday here at Wedowee. Behind the Kings, Mitch Hall, Gabe Aldridge. Good luck. Boat number 12. Boat number 13, Shane London, Taylor Benita. That's it, Benita. I don't know why that was so swapped out. Boat number 14, Ronnie Ray, Danny Coatney. You are free to release. Boat number 15, Paul Thornton, James Carter. You are good to go. Boat number 16, Scott Canterbury, Terry Stevens. Free to go. Good luck, guys. Boat number 17, Ethan Franklin, Hunter McCarty. Boat number 18, the Lake Jordan winners last year, Ken Walters, Dallas Weldon. ABT regulars, good to go. Boat number 19, big man, Brian Stifler, Wesley Gore, a couple of bad 8 anglers to look for. Boat number 20, Michael Geiger, Jake Aiken, you are free to release. Boat number 21, Brett Harp and Ricky Harp, good to go. Boat 22, Tom Freak and Brian Talmadge. Boat 23, Lee Pitts and Steve Engel. Good luck to the arm out there today. Scott Dollinger and Garrett Warren in boat number 24. And the final boat of this flight, I'm going to wait for them to clear, Chris Colley and Adam Bain. Again, you're watching live on Black Rifle Coffee Morning Show. Waiting for 25 to clear. John gives me a finger and it's a thumb, so that's good. We are good to go. Jordan Lee, Chad Hall, where you at? Good luck, fellas. Jordan, I'm sure you got to deal with him all day long. But Jay Lee. 027, Ken Sessions. Greg Sessions fishing is now in session. Walt Roberts, David Kuhn, good to go. In the 28. 029, Amanda Williams. But Paul Williams. In the 29-30, Tullis Lanier, Joey Davison, good to go. 31, Casey Vims, Walter Ogle. Boat 32, Roger Shiflett, Jeff Miller. Boat number 33, Jason Kilpatrick, Keenan Connell. Boat 34, Jeff Cannon, Terry Tucker. Boat 35, Nathan Harbison, Charlie Harbison. You are good to go. Right behind you, the 36 of Mike Hood and Adam Lynn. Luke Duncan, Trey Swindle, 37. That's always a wild ride. I don't know where they're at on the water, but I want to find them. Always a good time. Got my golf club going. Man, you know Luke Duncan? Yeah, I know Luke Duncan. Boat 38, Jake Hartley, James Swindle. Uh-oh, there's Swindles back to back. DJ Evans and Art Newbarian. They're at the 39, boat 40, Seaborn. Boat 41, Brian Adamson, Ryan Lloyd, you are good to go. The 42 of William Tager and Ray Baker. You released. 43, Adam Chappell and Johnny McCombs. Boat 44, Daniel Smith, Jeremy Holden. Boat 45, Jeff Ritchie, Charlie Cummings. Get that right. Yeah, 46 will be Matt Webb, James Fountain. You're free to release the 47 of James Scott and Jarris Booker. Again, call out your boat numbers so we can hear them. Boat 48, Rusty Mask and Cody Farr. 49 is Robert Robinson and Morgan Brown. In the final boat of this flight, looking for you, boat number 50. Let me know where you're at. Matt Green and Jacob Walker. We're going to hold on 50. Looks like they are crossing in front of us. Move on to boat number 51, free to release. Again, we've got some studs in this field. Jamie Campbell, Jim Laster. Guys from touring pros from around the country. Some regional guys in the ABT, like Paul Davis and Josh Chappell. Ones to look for, boat number 52. Rusty White Jr., Brian Elder. There in the 53, 54, Josh Benford, Daryl Baker, good to go. ABT winners Nick Turner and Joe Lay in the 55. 56 will be John Pollard, Tim Watkins. Again, identify yourselves, guys. 57, Waylon Mullis, Justin Hamner. Is it Hamner time once again? Boat 58, Jesse Wiggins, Jordan Wiggins. Uh-oh, we get double dubs this weekend. Good luck, Jesse and Jordan. Bo Spence and Tyler Temple in the 59, good to go. David Pear and Jimmy Mason, boat number 60. The Alabama Bass Trail Anglers of the Year 2022, Bailey Dukes, Phil Dukes, and boat number 62, or 61. 62 will be Trey Wade, Leon Wade. You're good to go in the 62. 63, Rob Lee, Steve Winslet. ABT regulars. 64, Ben Williamson, Bo Williamson. They're the ones to look for, what I hear. I don't know where they're at, but we're going to go find them. I think Kenneth Grover's going to be following them. Wesley Sams, Jeremy Tomlin. Anywhere Wesley's at is going to be a team I'm looking for. Brett Crow, Nick Reeves in the 66. Good luck, Brett. Good luck, Nick. Jonathan Collins, Derek Hicks in the 67. 68, Bradley Williams, Jeff Weaver. Thank you for calling out those numbers. 69, Jimmy Whaley, Terry Adams, you're good to go. Boat number 70, we got the Flack Attack. Jackie Flack, Ethan Flack, good to go. Boat 71, Lucas Black and Lee Black. They're back in black in the 71. 72, Tim Hurst, Mark McCabe. Hello, Governor. Good luck to the multi-time ABT winners. Mike Condren and Ted Paisley in the 73. Travis Clement, Ricky Clement in the 74 boat. In the final boat of this flight, Randy Waddell and Kevin Nunley. Where are you at, boat 75? They are clearing right now, so that means we go to 76. We're going along nicely. You guys know how to do it. Kevin Allman, Jack Tibbs, you are good to go. The 77, Matt Hurst, Roy Hurst Jr. Hashtag Team Hurst in the 77. Thomas Roach, Kevin Williams in the 78, 79, we Jed Lamb and Blake Hall. Boat number 80, Lee Varner, Billy Adamson, good to go. 81, John Kellett, Robert Story. John Hearn and Brian Martin in the 82, the 83 of John Brown and Trey Sorrells. Big E, Eric Morris, Alex Davis. He should know this lake pretty well. I mean, this is his facility we're taking off from, you know. 85, LeMoyne Lemon, Zach Lemon. Good luck, guys. D.D. Murphy, Dylan Murphy in the 86. 87 to be Zach Hester and Hunter Billingsley. 88, Matt Johnson, Trevor Raddick. You are good to go. The 89, Nolan Spencer, Robbie Spencer. Boat number 90, Jace Thompson and Thomas Eden. Boat number 91, Thomas Garbotz and Jonathan Garbotz. They're followed by Troy Simback and Terry McCormick in the 92. Boat number 93, Terry Fisher and Chris Newton, followed by Austin Archer and Charles Estes in the 94. Boat number 95, Scott Wiley Sr., Scott Wiley Jr. There's a lot of Scott Wiley in that boat, number 95. 96 is C.J. Knight, Mitchell Jennings, followed by Mickey McHenry and Kim Carver. Boat number 98 is Thomas Shelton and Andy Cobb. I see you right there in that Alpha Insurance machine. Good luck, guys. Boat number 99, Hunter Betts and Cameron Robinson. And the boat I've been looking for, the final boat of the final flight, Stephen Ryan and Jerry Henniger. You are free to release. They get a lot of money up for grabs. We pay the top 25 teams today $100,000 total purse, $25,000 going to our winner. You can come and join us later on this afternoon at Wedowee Marine South. 3 o'clock is the first flight checking in. We only have 100 pairs coming in. So come out, join us. It's going to be warmer. It's a little chilly now. There's a chance of the rain later on this afternoon, but it always holds off for us, doesn't it? Well, maybe not. Still, come out and join us. I'm Robbie Floyd. I'm going to be joined by Jason and Kenneth here in just a bit. We're going to be out on the water with our Black Rifle Morning Show. I'll get my Black Rifle coffee first sip of the morning. And again, it is a chilly start, but things are about to heat up. We took off a little bit earlier, but these guys are going to be firing it up really, really quick.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions Today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Welcome everyone into the live studio here at the first stop of the Alabama Bass Trail 100 for the 2023 season at beautiful Lake Wedowee. I do want to, before we get into who's on the water and what anglers to watch, I do want to give a huge shout out to the Randolph County Chamber of Commerce. Miss Dorothy Tidwell has been a pleasure to work with. This is the first time we visited Wedowee, and we're excited to be here. We could not do this without the great people here at Wedowee Marine South. Eric Morris and his staff have just moved mountains to make sure that we enjoyed our experience here and that we had everything that we could possibly need. I know they've helped the anglers out with all their service problems this week. They've just been a great host, and I want to say a huge shout out to them. You know, first time we've been here, they didn't know what to expect, and we didn't know what to expect. But I can tell you, you cannot beat the hospitality that we have received here at Wedowee. The entire community of Randolph County has been phenomenal. We do want to talk a little bit about the lake. One of the smaller bodies of water that we'll visit this year, it's 9,900 acres at full pool. We're here in January, and if I can tell you one thing, all 9,900 acres are not going to be in play today. I would say we're looking at roughly 7,000 surface acres that is going to be involved in this tournament today. The lake is just about 24 miles long. There's about 271 miles of shoreline. You would think at this time of the year that's where the fish are going to be. It's going to be interesting when we get out on the water and see, and you'll be able to see, if you didn't from the live blast off, you can kind of tell how far the water is down here. Haven't received a lot of rain this week. Lots of rain the weeks leading up to this tournament, so it's going to be real interesting. But everything I heard was that we needed dirty water, and I think the guys are going to see that. A little bit different here than some of the other lakes we go to. This lake has a slot limit. We're looking for spotted bass that are 12 inches or longer, and on largemouth you have a 13 to 16 inch slot limit. That means the guys cannot weigh in anything that is 13 to 16 inches, so it must be under 13 inches or over 16 inches for them to put that fish legally in their live well. So they're going to be looking for those overs, is what we refer to them, over 16s. I don't think you're going to win with anything under 13 inches, so I know these guys are looking to bring those overs to the scale. Talk a little bit about weather. Yesterday, we were cooled off a little bit, but on Thursday, guys, we had 77 degrees here. Water temperature is around 52 to 55 degrees here, so we're not seeing those low water temperatures that we expected in January. So it's going to be real interesting. This lake is chocked full of spotted bass. But there are some largemouth here. Just 3 weeks ago, we saw an over 12-pounder weighed in at this body of water, as well as a week before that, a 10-pounder. That is a total game changer when you come to a body of water like this. And the anglers that we have out on the water they're the kind of anglers that can find that 10 or 12 pounder and make a day of it. Teams that we're going to want to look at, certainly you want to look at the guys who are local here. Lee Varner, Billy Adamson. They fish a lot of tournaments here. They're currently fishing a winter trail here. They've won a few tournaments. They've come in second in a few tournaments, so we certainly want to look at them. Some other names that you're used to seeing out on the Alabama Bass Trail, Eric Morris and Alex Davis. They're fishing this tournament. Of course, we're here at Eric Morris's facility. You're going to want to watch them. A couple of other names that you're familiar with, Mark McKegg, Tim Hurst. They have fished this lake a lot, but what they said is we've never fished it in January. We've always been here March, April, May. Going to be real interesting to throw the curveball of being here so early in the season. A guy you may know, you may have seen on some other shows. He is a BP pro, Jordan Lee, two-time Bassmaster Classic champion Jordan Lee. He's fishing with an ABT regular, Chad Hall. We do have a camera on them today, so we will get to see them on camera as well. But I think the team that most people are looking for are going to be boat number 64, Ben Williamson and Bo Williamson. They're known here. They fish here all the time. They're local guys. We will see them sometime during the day. But on the water, guys, we have our normal suspects. You got Robbie Floyd, who you've already seen today. You also have Jason Duran, who will be out on the water, and Kenneth Grover. These guys are old hats, but the real talent is who they're going to be filming today. So we look forward to seeing that, and we look forward to seeing how Lake Wedowee is going to play out today. They are running to different ends of the lake. I do want to just mention this is a new lake for us. Cell phone service is kind of spotty on this lake. We're going to do our best to bring you as many teams as we can and as much action out on the water as we can while we are staying in cell phone range. So please know that we have to be within cell phone range for us to be able to bring you live. I think Ben is shooting some great drone footage. You see the facility here at Wedowee Marine. We used the Highway 48 ramp this morning, so 100 boats, $100,000 is on the line, $25,000 to the first place finisher. One thing that's new today is a $2,500 Phoenix payday. $2,500 goes to the highest finisher that is fishing out of a Phoenix boat today, along with the $500 Garmin prize, along with a $1,000 America's First Federal Credit Union prize. So lots of contingency money up for grabs today. Someone could walk away with $34,000 today for a one-day tournament that they paid a $1,000 entry fee for. So I know you guys aren't really interested in sitting and listening to me, but I do want to give you just a couple more housekeeping notes. We will be going to commercial break throughout the day. We won't stay there long. We'll get back out on the water and let you hear what the guys have to say out on the water. Also, if you plan on attending the weigh-in today, we start at 3 o'clock. We do encourage you to bring your lawn chairs out, maybe a blanket to sit on. We're expecting some rain around 4 o'clock as the weigh-in closes up, but there is no bleacher seating here, and there's no access for you to bring your truck and sit on the tailgate. Limited parking here at Wedowee. Our footprint's kind of grown over the past few years, so if you are coming out, please bring your lawn chairs, but we would love to have you come out and see us and see the anglers as they weigh in their fish. Again, thanks to everyone here at Lake Wedowee in Randolph County. It's been a pleasure to be here throughout this week, and we look forward to a really great tournament out there. Hopefully you're watching on AlabamaBassTrail.org. We will go live with the leaderboard and weigh in at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So if you're not in the immediate area, you can always check us out there as well as here on Facebook. We're going to try to see if we've got any cameras up and running yet. If you have questions or comments, please go to Facebook or YouTube and post those comments. We'll be happy to post those to the anglers and get them to answer your questions. If there's anything that I can help you with, I'll be happy to do that as well. Probably one thing to note is that these guys signed up back in June for this tournament. So they've been signed up for about 7 months now, and they've been anxiously awaiting this tournament. We'll have this tournament, then we'll go on to Miller's Ferry on June the 3rd, which should be a phenomenal tournament if you've ever been to Camden and Wilcox County. Miller's Ferry is one of the premier fishing destinations in Alabama. And then we will wrap things up at Smith Lake, and that is a phenomenal fishery. Be there the first weekend in November, so we'll be we've focused on Smith Lake several times on the Alabama Bass Trail. We've been there every year. With 100 boats at that time of the year, it should be an exciting event. So you can keep up with everything here on Facebook at Alabama Bass Trail 100, also on the Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series page, at YouTube at Alabama Bass Trail TV, and then also on our website, AlabamaBassTrail100.org and AlabamaBassTrail.org. I'm Kay Donaldson, the director of the Alabama Bass Trail. We're here on the banks of Lake Wedowee at Wedowee Marine South. The guys are already setting up the trailer, doing the construction, and then we're going to get back out on the water. They're currently constructing the stage. You may get to see some of that today as we start to go to break, and maybe we'll get a chance to even interview Mr. John Simpson, our tournament director. So, guys, I want to welcome in also the great folks at Gulf Coast Mobile. They're going to be producing our live for us this year. It's a new partnership. We're excited about that. So show them some love. Gulf Coast Mobile will be doing all of our live production this year. We have a new tournament director in John Simpson, a new assistant tournament director with Daniel Montgomery, and we're looking forward to one heck of a tournament series this year. So I see that Robbie is out on the water. We're going to give him just a minute to get set up on the team, and then we're going to go out to him. So thank you guys for tuning in. Again, please post your questions and comments, and we'll be happy to pose those to the anglers and see what we can help you with. All right, Robbie, get us started. Let's kick off 2023.
All right, I got to get things going. about this lake. I'm going to try and stay within a mile north or south of this 48 bridge. And right here from Wedowee, I can see 1, 2, 3. There's at least 4 anglers or 4 sets of anglers here. I know Kay has talked about the possibilities of big fish, and I know it's a one-day tournament, but when yesterday, I think temperatures got in the high 50s, low 60s. Today, this morning, what do you think it is?
Probably
40?
38.
Yeah, I'd say it's about 40 degrees this morning. It's not freezing, but it's a little cool. Things are going to warm up throughout the day. But the question is what does the weather bring as far as, and I know we'll see our TH Marine weather update later. What will the weather bring? But if you're hearing rain in the afternoon, it could be a low pressure system, and bass seem to like that. So we're going to find out how this is done very quickly. We see one team we're going to pull up to. Looks like they're in a Phoenix boat and a little point. Now the weather conditions, can't do nothing about that. Can't do nothing about the water in this lake as well. And you can see where the typical water line would be. This has dropped down considerably. I'm noticing a net in the back of the boat. You know, some tournaments don't let you. Oh, this is not a 2 angler team. This is a 3 angler team. We've got a dog on board. Yeah. All right, what's your boat number? 22. Any bites yet? You do what? Shut the front door. Are you kidding? On what? On what kind of bait? Yeah, he can say it quiet. That is awesome. Are you serious about how much they weigh? One keeper for Tom Frink and Brian Talmadge. And what's the dog's name? Scout. And no, of course, Scout's not fishing, but part of the tour here. Hey, you did something right, though. I'm going to try and keep it quiet because I talked about how there's like 5 anglers in the area. All right, so I'm just seeing a point. What's special about this point? How much does it drop off? 18 throwing up to what? 10 or less, huh? Okay, and you say you caught, and you said you caught them on what, a swim bait? On an open face reel like that? You like a swim bait, little lightweight guy? Yeah. Both of you catching fish? Yeah, yeah, hey. Hey, it's a team tournament. Did you catch them with the net?
I haven't had to use it yet.
Oh, just swinging them in. So the one keeper, what does it weigh, you think? Pound and a quarter, okay. Not like that 9-pounder somebody brought in yesterday, not yet. All right, so what are you seeing on the graph? I see you're watching it live. Seeing a lot of bait moving around too? Not seeing much bait, but the fish are there. That's okay. They hope the first bait that they get is yours. So again, Tom Frink and Brian Talmadge early this morning already have 6 fish caught, and we took off less than 20 minutes ago. Didn't have far to run at all. I'm gonna say they're 500-600 yards maybe from takeoff. There's another boat straight across from them on a main, just a straight drop-off bank. But this is the first point you would come to as you head out into the lake. There's somebody right through them. Looks like they're doing something similar, not as sharp of a point. Y'all fish this lake often?
Not as much as I'd like to, but
yeah.
It's only like an hour and 15 from us.
Not bad. It's my first time here, and I mean, I'm the first boat I pull up to. Yeah, I got 6 fish in 20 minutes. I'm like, dang, I need to come more often.
If you want to come out here next spot, no problem for 60, 70, 80 fish a day.
Dang. Yeah. Right, absolutely, because Kay had already talked about it in the top of our show, how there was a 12 caught here. I know there was a 9 weighed in yesterday. So there are big fish in here. Now, as far as pre-fishing, did y'all practice? How did it go? So you're not seeing that bait, so you might as well just throw the book at them. Just find something that they like better than the others. We went through swim bait, crank bait. What do we got in the back going now? What you throwing? Jerk bait too. You know that was coming. Kay, want to bring you in, and we can do a little back and forth here for a second. I've got a couple more boats I want to check out here in just a second, but that's the way you want to get this started. When you pull up to the first boat 20 minutes after launch, you expect, hey, I just want to say they have one bite, much less 6 fish caught already.
Robbie, these guys can catch them. You may remember they won a tournament down on the Alabama River just a year or two ago, so they can catch them. They fish the opens. I mean, these guys are seasoned anglers. You don't come to the Alabama Bass Trail without being, so I don't expect anything different from Brian and Tom.
Yeah, you will see a lot of Alabama Bass Tour regulars fishing the ABT 100. You've talked about, I know how Jordan Lee went by, and we saw Jesse Wiggins as well come by. But take nothing away from the guys that would fish a typical ABT Tour event. I mean, every single one of them has an opportunity to win, of course, but there are some big guns in this. But I like what they're doing, too, because that's what I was asking, like, are you seeing the bait? And then oftentimes you'll follow the bait. I thought he might have had one there. You know, you're just trying to see what those fish do compared to that bait, but they're not seeing the bait and these fish are kind of stacked up. They're going to be throwing a variety of lures at those fish to try and turn them on. So it's a good idea. Right now they're smalls, but I like what I'm seeing.
I tell you what, Scout is being such a good boy. I'm kind of jealous of you to get to be out there with Scout.
Scout's no Wrigley, but Scout, you know, Kay's jealous because, you know, I'm out here with you and the dog. Look, Scout even turned around. Scout. Now, I don't know that that would be legal in a sight fishing tournament, didn't we? No, I'm just joking, but they have that sixth sense. It's not the first time we've had a dog on board.
Robbie, I think some of the talk coming into this tournament would forward-facing sonar play a key in this tournament. Normally you would think very shallow, but I think we may see some Garmin forward-facing today.
Yeah, and that's what we were seeing right then. And when I realized it, I looked at it and saw that they weren't just looking at a graph or not looking down like old school ways. They were actually looking what was in front of them. I don't know that there's ever going to be a tournament again that forward-facing sonar won't play a factor, honestly. I mean, you could be a bank beater, but as good as they've gotten with it, I think they're going to be catching a lot of those fish at a little more depth than you would ever have seen before.
Right. You know, Robbie, we talked about the 12-pounder that was caught earlier in the year, about 3 weeks ago. You happened to have the young man on the boat with you that caught that fish.
Shut up.
Jacob Robinson, your boat driver, is the guy who pulled that big mama out of there.
All right, you can go ahead. Just pull it off of the clip, Jason. What's your last name, Robinson?
Jacob Robinson.
Jacob Robinson. The 12-pounder? Kay just said you're the one that caught that fish?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I caught it Christmas Eve, or I'm sorry, New Year's Eve. So about 3 weeks ago, me and my granddad were down here.
I love it.
And we were fishing. It was about 2 in the afternoon, and we were up one of the rivers, and I caught it on a crankbait, 12-2.
Paint me that picture. You said you were up the river or down. I mean,
yeah,
so
we were up the river fishing something similar to like what that team over there is. Like
okay,
a
just a regular bluff wall.
Yes, and kind of we got to the end of the bluff, and it, you know, made a corner when it was going back into a pocket, and I threw that crankbait. I was using 10-pound line.
Oh,
and then
that's a high pucker factor.
So that fish come up and jumped, and I knew right then my 10-pound line might be a problem. And then so it took a total of, I want to say 4 or 5 minutes to get that fish in the boat. And we actually, my granddad went to net it, and when he scooped, the fish was so long, it got over the net and slid back in the water. So we had to scoop it head first to get it in the boat.
Is that a PB? Is that a personal best?
Yeah, definitely. Biggest fish down here, personal best. No, it's going to be.
What's the lake record here? Do you know? You had to have figured it out after that.
I think it's 16.
Oh, it's not even close.
Yeah, that's what I said. Maybe this is the lake record. My granddad said no, it's 16. So that was a short-lived dream on that one. But no, yeah, that was a awesome fish for sure.
What kind of crankbait? Say, I got a microphone.
It was a Spro crankbait.
Okay, gotcha. How deep were we talking?
The crankbait will go like 14 feet, but
okay.
I think that fish was like 7 or 8.
Mid to deep right.
I had only cranked it a couple times whenever she ate.
High five, congratulations. I'm gonna swing back around here. Kay, I'm glad you let me in on that because I did see that fish and I'm like, okay, I'm looking forward to going to Lake Wedowee. You put the owie in Wedowee. Kay, I don't know if Kenneth has caught up with anybody yet. I do have a couple more guys. I was thinking about running over to, I got 2 teams along that bluff wall to my left. If you could take it for just a minute, I'll make a little short run, and I'll check in with these guys when I work my way back.
All right, guys, we are back inside the live studio. Robbie's going to make a move. I know that Jason is currently working his way up to a team. I think boat number 59, Bo Spence and Tyler Temple. Jason is on them, so I think we're going to get back out on the water and see what they've got. But I was glad Jacob was there to be able to give us a little insight on that big catch. A 12-pounder, I think it would have scared me when it came up. So we're going to see if Jason is ready for us. Again, guys, we are live on Facebook on both Alabama Bass Trail and Alabama Bass Trail 100. Please post your questions, comments. We'll pose those to the anglers as we get to them. So please post your comments and stuff there.
All right, we are on boat number 59, Bo Spence and Tyler Temple. Bo and Tyler, you guys got 1 fish in the box already this morning. We are just a few points away from takeoff. Tell us what the game plan is here.
Fish close to takeoff. Save gas.
Save gas. You said earlier if we can't back up with you a little later, you're probably going to have definitely over 20 pounds. What's going to take to get that?
5 bites.
5 bites?
6, actually.
6? Because now you got to get rid of that little one, right?
We just had to get started.
So this water clarity here is definitely different for this lake for this time of year. You know, the water's drawn down. We've had a lot of rain lately. Is that helping y'all today?
We've never seen this lake before until
Yeah.
It looks about the same to us. Everything we fish is muddy anyway, so we're Mississippi. Fish Mama's Hills big. But we've been doing it up here.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Well, guys, how many have y'all fished the ABT 100 before?
No, sir.
First year on the 100. Have y'all fished the regular ABT at all? First time ever in an ABT event.
Yes, sir.
Good job, guys. Thanks for fishing with us. We're going to hang out and watch y'all catch a couple here.
All right, that's fine. Thank y'all. I'm probably about to catch about an 8-pounder.
We'll watch you catch an 8-pounder. That'd be great. So they got 1 fish in the box. It is a spotted bass, about 12 inches long. So definitely going to have to cull that one out at some point today to win this thing. But Bo Spence and Tyler Temple, first time ever in an ABT event, fishing the ABT 100, just outside of takeoff here at Wedowee Marine South. All right, well, let's get over to Robbie and see what Robbie has going on.
I just so happen to have the 2022 Anglers of the Year. Can I call you the Dukes of Wedowee now? Does that work?
We'll try that later today.
Phil Dukes and Bailey Dukes. I had to pull up, and we were talking about guys catching fish on a boat on a bluff wall here. Boat number 61, Phil Dukes and Bailey Dukes. What is it about this wall that brought you here? And I hear you have one. First of all, how big is that single?
I don't know, pound 3/4 maybe. Should weigh 2 or 3, but it's just really, really poor.
Hadn't gotten to that feeding time yet.
Yeah, it's just unusual for this time of year to be poor.
Yeah, I don't. Usually they're big right now, right? From all that winter feed. Right up against the wall.
Actually, it was pretty close. Yeah.
Red crankbait. Yeah. Makes perfect sense. Did y'all pre-fish?
Yes.
How did it go?
We caught a lot of fish. I don't think there's going to be a problem with folks catching fish. You just got to catch the right. I mean, there's a lot of fish in this place, but I don't know how many.
Yeah.
You got it?
Looks like we got one on. Hey, you know I bring good luck.
Absolutely. Gonna be a slot.
I'm disappointed. You know why? You needed the pro move. A pro move. There is not an Elite Series guy that would not have swung that boat right in front of that fish in front of the camera.
We got something to learn, I guess.
I'm like, there is not an Elite Series angler on the planet that would not have swung that right in front of the camera and fought it down there. Think it'll make? You think it's shy?
What's it got to be? Over 16? Yeah. 16 and a half.
It's got to be over 16, and it's what?
16 and a half.
That makes it.
That's 2.
That one about the same as that other one you saw? Or having a little beefier, just
this one is a lot healthier, more healthy than the other one. The other one's got a lot bigger head, but just no body. There's the 12-pound king sitting in the boat.
Don't bring that up. We already talked about it. We don't want to.
Glance over.
Do you realize the amount of drag we'll have on this boat coming across the lake if his head swells up any larger?
Can you imagine? I just couldn't imagine. We just have to go in now if I caught a 12.
Hey, maybe he was doing what you're doing, and maybe you'll catch him one.
You never know. We're just trying. Actually, it's really curvy up through there too, so we like for it to calm down a little bit. We don't want to race up through there.
How far is that?
We'll go up a little bit here in a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, this is my first time here at the lake. You been here a month?
No, this is my second trip.
All right, what about this wall? I mean, that's about as steep a drop off as you'll see, right? I mean, full on solid rock going down.
It comes out, it's got a little shelf out here a little bit. You know, it just follows out all down through here. Just trying to find something a little bit different that other boats are not doing.
Yeah. Another load up.
This one don't feel all that big. Small. I ain't seen him. He don't feel that big.
Leave it on. Maybe a big one will grab it.
That's a spot. It could be 12, I guess.
Hey, but your fish presentation was much better on that. Yeah, now you said spot's got to be, what, 12 inches, right? So, I mean, that one was close, but you're pretty certain you're not going to do anything with that one, right?
No, if we got to weigh that in, it's just not going to help.
Now, win an Angler of the Year, you do that with points. Now, you also realize you just threw some points, possible points in the water right there.
Well, that's true, but I don't think that's going to, really, I don't think that's going to matter.
I agree. I just had to harass you.
We really want to try to fish a little bit different this year. Last year, I don't know that we were conservative.
Well, you saw that, Kay. That went from hung up to hung on.
Hung up as soon as I popped off.
Yeah. And that happens often. I mean, he was hung up, popped it off, and that's right when the bass struck. Would be another close one, but it would. How about the confidence booster, though? I mean, that's 4 bites in 5 minutes.
16 and a half.
Another keeper. 16 and a half, though.
We'll take a little bit a small limit like this and then go hunt a big one.
And that shows.
Maybe, we know 12-pounders live here.
Yeah. So what were you throwing in the back? We see the crank and we know that you're using soft plastic.
I'm just throwing. It's just a skirted soft plastic, or I put a skirt on top instead of a jig. That way it's not. It's a little more weedless.
So 2 different presentations and both catching fish right now. So one a moving bait, one's a little softer, or a slower presentation, bouncing it off those rocks.
I think if it calms down after all this boat traffic, this will might get a little better. That big one might slide up there.
Water clarity, I know Jason was talking about it earlier about getting some rain, although it looks like it need more rain with this water level drop, but pretty brown, pretty dirty in here. But as you heard, these fish hopefully will move up to that bank. Some of them big ones will move back into that spot because 100 boats just took off maybe 600 yards from here. Again, you're looking at Phillip Dukes, Bailey Dukes. No matter what lake we're at, they're the Dukes of that lake. After they got through with their long-running TV series, The Dukes of Hazzard, they decided to fish. Caught about 4 fish already this morning. We had another angler we saw catch, or heard catch 6 already this morning. So the fish are biting, and I talked about that as far as the weather. It is a cool start to the morning, but it will be heating up throughout. And if rain is in the forecast, that's typically low pressure bringing that rain. These are those times those fish like to munch. So it could be a good day here. Our personal camera boat driver caught a 12-pounder here. Was that 2023 or just before?
It was December 31st.
The biggest fish of last year. December 31st, 2022, caught a 12-pounder. Somebody yesterday at Wedowee Marine weighed in a 9-pounder. But again, I try and stay off the anglers as far as we can to give them room to fish. I know they're hitting that bluff wall as good as they can. But get in there, get some of their verbiage, and come back. You see another boat that's just in front of me. Cameraman Austin and I will be busy throughout the day. There's 2 more boats, 3 more boats within our camera shot. So I think we're going to go get that boat here in just a bit. So those of you watching on the ABT 100 on YouTube or Facebook or Snap, Twitter, chat, whatever it may be, we're in for some catching today, not just fishing. It's the Alabama Bass Trail 100 from Lake Wedowee. We'll be back in just a bit. Again, we've already seen about 4 fish being caught. We've heard at least 10 fish being caught. They're catching them here today on Wedowee.
Today's Live on the Water coverage is brought to you by Wedowee Marine, by Big Bite Baits, by TH Marine, and by Amherst Federal Credit Union. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats. Built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Otten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
This hour's live action is sponsored in part by Garmin, by PowerPole, American Baitworks, Bill Penny Automotive, and by fishalabama.org. There's a lot more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats. Built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Otten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail 100 from Lake Wedowee, part of the ABT 100 3-event championship series. Boat number 42, Will Tager, Ray Baker. Pull up to you. I see this beautiful Army Bass Angler Skeeter, and I want to know, how many fish you got in the boat?
0.
How many bites have you had today?
1.
Was it strong, at least?
No, it was a smack, because using crankbait. You can tell when they smack it.
Gotcha.
They're hitting at it, but missing it.
All right, I saw a little flicker over there to the left. What's your thought process of being here and what you're doing?
Well, when we did our homework, we went and found spots where we could catch them. The hardest part was figuring out what would they bite, and so we found them to bite 5 different things. So we're rotating through all of those things at these spots to see if we can't chum up a bite. But I'm willing to bet it's more of a later bite.
Okay. All right, so what are you throwing? What's he throwing? And of these 5?
Well, I'm throwing the Strike King XD6 Citrus, and because that's the ones that I was catching them on the last couple days. So I figure if they're going to hit it, they're going to hit it. And what are you throwing, Ray?
Reaction Innovation Underspin.
Are you seeing fish on the graph? You seeing?
Oh, yeah.
I saw a little bait flicker just a second ago.
Yeah.
Yep. We're seeing them.
Fish movement.
They're
Fish
moving.
move. It's slow, but it's moving.
Okay. So just trying to find that right one.
Yep.
Gradual drop off this bank here?
Well, it drops off steep. So what we have found out, if we can find a feeding flat that's close by 30, 40 feet, that's usually where they're at.
Okay. Just try to push them up there on that flat.
Yep.
Just that time they strike. Well, guys, I want to move on and find our next pair. I wish you good luck out there today, and hopefully you can narrow down those 5 baits to 1 or 2.
Yep. I mean, you know, old school bait. This bait's over 25 years old.
We got a wiggly worm there with the neon tail.
It's a old Berkeley power worm.
Yeah.
I bought 25 years ago.
You got a bag of worms that you've held on to for 25 years?
Yeah.
And they didn't fall apart?
Well, no, I actually put them in Plano boxes and preserved them. I keep them taken care of.
That's perfect. That's
Pulled
awesome.
out yesterday. First cast, sit. Oh, yep, there he is. Oh, sit. They still work.
And it's safe to say that worm's way older than that fish was.
Yep.
Hey guys, good luck. I'm going to send it over to Jason. What part of the lake did you run to, Jason? Where are you at right now?
Good luck, guys.
Oh, we have not gone very far at all from takeoff. We're just under the bridge and into the first little pocket here, and we are on Team Hurst and Hurst, boat number 77. Matthew Hurst and Roy Hurst Jr. have 1 fish in the box, and it's a spotted bass, and they caught one earlier with us right when we were in commercial, and it was a short one. So guys, tell us how it's going this morning.
It's going pretty slow compared to practice, but we think it'll pick up throughout the day.
Y'all are no strangers to being in this big kind of event here, so you guys have won one, a pretty big one, not too long ago over at Smith Lake.
Yes, sir. We're glad to be back. We're glad to be part of the Alabama Bass Trail 100. So we've been eager to get here, and now we're here.
All right, so it's been eager to get here for the 100s, and now we are here, and we are definitely here. Guys, what's the game plan going into this day?
Just gonna try to every bite to capitalize and try to get the biggest bag we can get. We're gonna fish these pockets, and we're gonna go out probably out on the main a little later.
First time on Lake Wedowee, I'm guessing.
Yes, sir, it is. Alabama has so many beautiful lakes.
It's hard to get to them all, isn't it?
That's right.
These guys are just taking their time fishing these drains. You notice if you look at the bank here, there's a rocky water line where the summer pool normally is. So we're in a winter drawdown situation, and these guys are kind of fishing these drains as water kind of runs down into these drains when it rains. So that's why we have the mercury water and muddy water right now. They're just kind of going to the backs of these pockets, hoping the fish are kind of pushed up a little shallow here. Currently sitting in about 19 foot of water. Water temperatures, oh, got one there. So that is a spotted bass. Obviously, if he's sticking it in the box, we do not have a slotted limit on the spotted bass. So we can keep all the spotted bass over 12. So This is boat 77, Team Hurst and Hurst. All right, well, we're going to jump over to another spot of the lake and take a look at what Kenneth has got. Kenneth, tell us what's going on your end of the lake.
Kenneth's drawing. Drawing. Yep.
Here we are with Ben and Bo Williamson. We followed these guys out this morning and ran about as far as we could go up the, I guess, the northeast side of the lake. And we pulled in on them. They kind of got here ahead of us, so I don't know what they may have caught before we got here, but when we got here, we've seen them catch 3 fish from the live well. So pretty quick start for these guys. It's kind of a little backwater area, a little protected area, but it's a real shallow area. It's no deeper than about 4 feet. These guys are just being real slow, methodical, trying to sneak up on these fish in this area. I guess they don't want to spook anything. His trolling motors are on a real low speed. He catches a fish, he power poles down just so he can keep the boat steady and, you know, not have to interfere with any of the areas that they want to fish. But along the bank here, there's a boathouse here in front of me that the first 2 fish they caught were on a boathouse. The third one was kind of in the middle, coming up on another boathouse now. So we were told that these guys were on them pretty good. They're very familiar with this lake, so we kind of expected them to have a pretty solid game plan, and so far it's been a fast start for them. This is my first time on Lake Wedowee, and I was expecting the lake to be a lot clearer than it is, but so far in the areas that I've been, there's been a lot of color in the water. We'd heard previously that these fish are really shallow. They've kind of made their way kind of the back of that pocket, so he's going to go across and work his way back up towards us. And once he gets up close to us, I'll be able to get an idea of what kind of weight they have. Like I said, I know they have at least 3 fish in the boat. See, he's power pulling down again. You
Well, Kenneth, while you were talking just a second ago, I pulled up to boat number 98, Thomas Shelton, Andy Cobb. Said they had 1 2-pound spot in the live well. I'm like, okay, that's pretty good. But then all of a sudden, wham, bam, got another one. Oh, what did it hit? What kind of bait?
What's that?
What kind of bait were you throwing?
Oh, gosh, you going to hit me up on the one secret I got?
No, well, I'll notice what style. I see
Small
something.
spinnerbait.
Okay, I was like, I see something with a blade. They're watching that catch right now, but a couple of bites or just 2 bites and 2 fish?
2 bites, 2 fish.
Okay, so the execution's there. What brings you to this bank? Because, I mean, this is a gradually sloping, kind of a dirty bank, not much rock on it.
We honestly started on that point right there. We didn't even fish this in practice, but We said might as well fish on secondary points.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bait up here, you know. And this lake, when it gets dirty, they get dirt shallow. So we just decided to come here and throw around a little bit of this wood, and we're gonna make a little adjustment here in a moment, run up to the next pocket.
That's one thing is when we pulled in here, I did see some bait activity and stuff. So it's fishy, it's happening, it's lively. Kind of surprised you've only got a couple of bites so far, though.
Well, we just moved into this shallow pattern.
Didn't have anything off of that primary point?
Yeah, I caught that 2-pounder.
Okay.
Over there, so. This is more of what we've been doing.
Gonna do a lot of bank beating today?
Yes, sir. Most likely. Where's that? I'm gonna catch one right there on that point.
We'll try and stay out. Again, I see some bait and things like that. I make sure not to pull up on if you're throwing on both sides of the boat, but you've been directionally, so I knew I had a good shot.
Y'all look pretty good in that Vexus sitting there.
Well, I don't know why you're making fun. I think you look pretty good in that Phoenix sitting there.
I had that Vexus right there before this one. Oh, Eric got me out of that Vexus into this.
I thought you were going to say I look good in any boat I'm in, but it's all good. I see the way you are.
You look better in a Wedowee Marine.
Hey, you need to put some Owie in Wedowee.
That's it. We're going to put it on. We're going to try to get some of this Eric Morris money back today.
Yeah. I mean, would Eric be considered a favorite on this lake, seeing that, you know, the marina here and everything? Would he be a favorite?
As much as that guy works, I'd say no.
Okay.
He probably wasn't even fishing yesterday. He's probably fixing everybody's stuff.
We heard he weighed in a 9-pounder.
Somebody did.
Yeah, someone did. Yeah, it wasn't him, for sure.
He took the picture, though.
And we're hearing Ben and Bo Williams are the ones to look for on this body of water. But
I saw Ben up the river yesterday.
you saw him up here?
Up the river, up the little river.
How many times do you fish this lake?
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah. When I moved to Alabama, I moved here to Wedowee, so it's kind of like my home lake.
Okay.
Which is good, because this is only my 4th time. But there's good and bad, because it'll be the hero or zero.
Well, I'm going to say, with it being here, and again, I mentioned the Williams, I've been to many lakes where the favorite, it's hard because you have so much knowledge on here. And in so many spots, oh, I caught one there, I caught one there, I caught one there. You know, you got to focus.
We've had a good practice.
What do you think your best 5 weighed in practice? Did you stick them or did you just mouth them?
I tried to shake them off, but I couldn't. Best 5 would probably be 18 pounds.
Oh, that's good.
Since Monday, you know.
Yeah.
I got to where I took my hooks off my bait. I was
doing what you're doing now? Same style?
Crankbait and a spinnerbait.
Yeah.
I caught about a 4.5 on the spinnerbait yesterday.
5 of those might win this thing.
Oh, it's going to take close to 30.
You think? All right, Kay, we've got our first guest that I know of. Thinking it's going to take close to 30 to win it today. I mean, they should be about as big-bellied as they're going to get. Nice little pocket here. They fished that one bank. They were out on the main lake point. And again, it's hard to say main lake because it's almost like a river channel. They were out on the main lake, caught a 2-pound spotted bass. Caught a small just a minute ago on that little flat bank. But over in here, there's a deeper pocket with a fair amount of wood, Kay. And again, doing this with a spinnerbait, a crankbait, going to be their weapons, and trying to hit some of these shallow pockets. And again, when this is your local lake or your home lake, and you're saying when it gets dirty like this, they go up there dirt shallow, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Robbie, you're talking about a crankbait. Anything that might have a rattle to it, you know, at Gunnersville this time of the year, we always throw something that's got a rattle to it. Are you thinking it's something like that? Any guess on color? Have you seen anything like that?
Well, no, I didn't ask him about it particularly. Hey, when you were throwing the crank, was it color dependent, or do you have a go-to generally on this? Because I've seen a few of them today, and they've been multiple colored.
My go-to with a water like this is either crawfish or chartreuse.
A chartreuse or what else?
Or crawfish color.
Yeah, the red. Yeah, I mean that.
I don't
That's,
think it,
but even with your spinnerbait there, you're choosing the crawfish color.
you know,
We see now going to a little
I probably
walking
got
bait.
9,000 colors.
Yeah. See a walking bait, spinnerbait combo, front and back of boat. Again, you see that wood off there in this little drain, this little shallow pocket. No wind right now, or at least where we're at. I mean, no ripple on the water at all.
And I think that's the difference is the wind. No wind in here.
Trying to get that little reaction from the walking bait. I'm going to move over here because I realized I got a little deep in this pocket. Didn't want to get too close. So it looks like got one local that I'm with, and Ken, with you're with a pair of locals that a lot of eyes are going to be on today as well. Boat number 64. When you show up to a lake and you say, okay, who's going to win this thing? There's several anglers that pick this team.
Yeah, Robbie, we've been here with Ben and Bo pretty much all morning, or as soon as we caught back up to them, and they're getting some bites. Now the last fish they caught looked like it was maybe a largemouth in the slot because they let it go. So you know, that's one thing these guys are going to have to kind of maneuver, but they're hoping that they can catch 5 over the slot, and the slot won't really be a factor to them. But they're working really slow through here, very methodical. He's got his trolling motor on low speed. Try not to, you know, disrupt any of the water here. It's not a very big place. It is very shallow, so the boat's moving slow. But these guys, they're making a lot of casts, a lot of repetitive casts. Water temps are, you know, in the 40 or 54 degree range, so quite a bit of color to the water. So these guys are just having to really, you know, make multiple casts to same areas and hope that they can get bit. I am curious to see, and you know, as we continue to watch them, we'll find out. I'm curious to see if they're going to kind of keep rotating through here. As slow as he's moving, it makes me think that may be the case. That they know there's a lot of fish in here. You know, it could be because of pressure, it could be because of lower water or whatever. It could take making multiple laps through here in order to, you know, catch as many fish as they think they can. Ben's making a cast over to that other side again. That's the area that he had caught a fish before. So they are trying to roll back through areas where they caught a fish previously. See if they can't get another bite or two. So far, the type baits I've seen these guys throw, it's been moving baits to this point. Even when they get around those docks, where sometimes you see guys kind of flip around, they're using moving baits. I don't know if they're shallow running crankbaits or, you know, chatterbaits, something like that. I haven't been close enough to really dial that in, but just making a lot of repetitive casts, taking their time, working through very thorough.
This hour's live action is sponsored in part by Garmin, by Power Pole, American Bait Works, Bill Penny Automotive, and by fishalabama.org. There's a lot more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series live coverage is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Bahio Sunglasses, Strike King, Lubes, and by Bush Light. There's more live on the water coverage right after this message.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Penny. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
Things you let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail 100. It's the first stop
Thinking the sun will
of
come
the
out a little
year.
bit later
It's
to
a
help.
cold start to the year, so you know what I'm looking forward to. My Black Rifle coffee, first sip of the morning. It is very hot. I poured it about an hour and a half ago, but in this thermos, it is really Oh, that hits the spot. I don't know about you and all the people in the New Year's, if you did some one of those resolutions. Mine is intermittent fasting, so I can't have anything to eat until about 12 or 1 o'clock, but I can have all the coffee I want, and of course I'm drinking Black Rifle coffee. All right, it's Wedowee Lake. We've never been here on the Alabama Bass Trail. We're here for the very first time, and we've already seen people catching fish this morning. And this pair that I pulled up, two Roman Calvert, Shannon Calvert, boat number 2. You had the whole lake to go to, and you picked not too far from launch, but you have a fish on board, and it's still early in the morning. What size fish, and what'd you catch it on?
It's probably 2 3/4, 3 pounds. Caught it on a jig.
Okay. Jig fish, and what are you throwing now?
Throwing a shad wrap, number 7 shad wrap, crawdad. Just trying to cover the bank. There's started on some brush up there and fished around it where we had a bite in practice. Didn't get nothing. Went across the creek and caught the first one, so we're gonna cover the creek one more time. Probably get out of here.
Brush that you can see from on top of the water, or is it submerged?
Just lay down, a little stump sticking out of the water.
Okay.
Like real shallow brush to crank
Gotcha.
around.
How'd practice go?
It went decent. We not really that good. Caught a bunch of fish. They were just small. A lot of small ones. Caught 3 or 4 decent ones, but not too good overall.
All right, I'm seeing you literally throwing on the bank and dragging them off. You have a feeling they're going to be super skinny, super shallow?
We had the bigger bites we had in practice. The largemouth seemed to be pretty much with their nose on the bank. We didn't have most of the spot bites we had on DT8, DT10 were out on the points at the mouth of the creek. And seems to be that the largemouths are shallower.
Yep. It's not saying there might not be a spot up there, too.
That's right. We caught a couple.
So the one fish they do have in the boat was caught on soft plastic. Trying to stir some things up. Soft plastic in a brush pile, some lay down, stuff like that. Don't see anything. I see a little bit of wood sticking out right there. Trying to make their pass. How many different spots do you think you're going to hit today?
Not many. We're going to stay pretty much in this area all day. Not in this creek, but right around here.
What is it about here specifically that makes you want to stick here?
It's where we got the bigger bites in practice. We went all the way up all the rivers and down on the lower end. And this is where all the bigger largemouth bites we got come from. So we're going to stick around here today and try to grind it out for 5.
When you say bigger largemouth, what size are we talking about in practice?
A couple 3 and 4 pounders. We never caught no real big ones, but had multiple 3 and 4 pound bites. Never all in this area.
5.4s would make you happy?
Yeah, that makes me extremely happy.
Flat pockets has got a lot to do with it, but it just, that ain't enough of them down here.
Yeah.
I mean, all the pockets are really deep all the way back.
Y'all fish here often?
First time.
So first timers, and I think that's a good thing for people that are watching for the first time, or people who don't know fishing, or even people that do. Your first time fishing a lake, don't hop around to 15 million places. Find an area, and oftentimes when, say, trolling motor gives up or the big motor gives up, people have to focus in one particular pocket, and they wind up actually doing really well. If you get so spun out and spread out, you can't really concentrate on some of the little things. So you limit that area, especially if you don't know the lake that well, limit that area, kind of beat it up, work it to death, try and find out the depths that they're at, maybe some, little different changes. And with the electronics you have too now, you take a lot of the guessing game out of it. They see those fish there now. Oftentimes they're trying to just get them to bite. Are you looking at your graph much today? I was talking about electronics and focusing, but a lot of people don't like to look down.
I'm not. I actually have all sonars turned off. You can see some of the spots set up on the side of the points, throwing back out towards the main river, where I was getting a lot of the spot bites, but they're just not quality.
Yeah.
All of our quality bites have been on the bank, so we just turned all of them off. I got the maps on, and running the bank.
Yeah, and oftentimes, especially in clear water, the guys go like, I don't want those electronics on. The fish can hear it, they can feel it.
That's right.
Good deal, guys.
I think it's the same thing fishing shallow here. I mean, anytime you're up shallow.
Yeah.
Try to anyway.
Stay as still as possible. Well, good luck. I think Jason has boat number 5. We're going to switch over to him. We're going to stick with you. We'll watch you for just a little bit. You throwing in these docks at all? You've been hitting up any of that? All right, we're gonna watch you catch one. Maybe at the same time while Jason watches his team catch a pair as well.
All right, we're sliding in here with boat number 5, Randall Hamilton and Justin Mott. I got one fish in the box. I talked to Justin earlier, and he said that they spent a lot of time practicing a couple days here and moved all over the lake, and they decided that the weather change in conditions was going to help the fishing to get to be a little bit better. So they felt like it got a little better yesterday afternoon. Felt like today it was going to get even a little bit better. They do have one fish in the box. They said they're really just going to camp out in this area. They're going to go in and out of all of these little pockets here. It looks like we're out here right now, kind of just live scoping a little bit. Justin, tell us a little bit about what's going on today.
So right now, we're just looking around. We're kind of hunting, pecking to see what the fish are doing this morning. We think as the day goes on and it warms up, the fish are going to move up shallow. So right now, we're kind of weaving in and out of fishing pockets and fishing these points, live scoping, looking for bait, just to see if we can't get on anything. Once the day sets in, we're going to go up to the bank and kind of run a combo of throwing at points and throwing at trees to try to find them. We think the big largemouth are kind of suspended off of these points.
So really right now we're just kind of live scoping around, just actually casting at them and trying to get them right now because they're kind of scattered out probably.
Yeah, they are. What it seems to be is like there's a couple of the spots, largemouth really don't seem to be doing anything right now. But there's a few spots on bottom and these shad are roaming back and forth across this big flat. So we're just trying to roll through, and as the shad come over the top of the fish, maybe we can put our bait in front of them and get lucky.
Good plan. So you got one fish in the box. What size do you think it is?
He's tiny.
Tiny.
He's tiny.
We don't go give away because it's so tiny.
Right.
I got you.
He's one of those, what is it called, the Dive Mountain Dew?
That's right. Dive Mountain Dew small bass there. Got you. We appreciate your time, man. We're going to slide back and watch the fish.
Yeah, we appreciate y'all.
So like we said, they're just kind of taking their time right now, live scoping around, just fishing for fish they could see. We didn't know for sure if this would be a completely live scope event. Water's got a little clarity to it, or got a little mud to it, so it does allow guys to kind of get around in some areas. But normally this lake, if it's so clear, you may have to stay back away from them a little more. But here we're really able to get on top of them a little bit because it's got a little bit of stain to the water, so it's helped the fishermen a little bit. Justin did say later in the day he felt like the largemouth would be pushed up in the pockets, and they're really going to go do that later on this afternoon. So now it's just kind of checking those bonus fish, just trying to catch some out here a little deeper as they work through these areas and use their live scope to really target the fish that they're fishing for. So boat number 5. Randall Hamilton and Justin Mott. One fish in the box. Just south of Wedowee Marine South. I can see the bridge from where we are currently. Main lake point here. Water temperature is about 55 degrees. We're currently sitting in about 17 foot of water.
Jason, have us both going here. I've got some, hopefully some dock fish going on here. Are you just literally going pocket to pocket and finding these guys?
Literally, we took a right out of takeoff. We left Midday Marine South and we didn't even get on the big motor hardly at all. And we just eased right into a couple boats there. So we were just kind of picking them off as we head south. Each little pocket,
hey,
each little pocket got a fish in it. They're kind of picking them up as we go. Mostly spotted bass fishing at this point.
I want to bust you on that, Jason, because when we have these production meetings and let the rest of the world in it, when I've got a mile left of that bridge and a mile right of that bridge and you're sitting underneath of that bridge, come on now, Cletus, come on.
Yeah, I didn't get that information.
So all the fans that are watching, or all the people watching, we have certain areas that we were going, and I knew I had a certain area, and I was about to go over to a pair of boats. I think it was when #Team Hurst was over there, and then I heard you say you were with them, and I'm like, oh my Lord. So even with 3 people on one body of water, we could still get on top and covering the same.
Man, there's boats everywhere, so pick your one you want, Robbie.
Well, I went to the right, and I have found a couple, and I've got a boat a couple of 100 yards in front of me. I wanted to see if this dock bite, you know, these fish, if they are up in there shallow and have a dock to work with too, see if that was going to work. So.
Where did you find a dock?
The other side of the lake, and somebody's actually running into this pocket, so they may be coming to me. I may go talk to these guys. Don't know who it is, but they're on a mission. They're heading for something.
They're going to envy you.
I don't know if they know the Calverts just fished that, but they can fish dirty water all they want. Secondhand water, if you will. You got some precision going. I'm gonna give you that. I don't know if the fans got to see that under the dock cast you did earlier, but I was impressed. Since we're pointing towards this dock, that other boat that stayed or that came into this pocket actually didn't go all the way into the pocket like the Calverts were doing just a moment ago. They're more out. I don't know if they're trying to focus. No, they're out there in the middle. Looks like they're cranking in the middle of this pocket. I'm gonna go find out who that is here in just a second. You have a bite? I drove here last night from the Atlanta airport. Have no idea how I got here other than finding the Google Maps. But this lake is really pretty. Can you tell me again? I know the water level's low. I'm sure they're regulating that because there's been quite a bit of rain already in the past month or so. And the team that just pulled in, and that's why you try and be sneaky, he's looking to see if anybody's watching. Austin, go ahead and show them in there. I was going to go over to them as soon as they cleared this corner. Now, I know we're just on us right now. We're going to go ahead and find out who it is. I'm going to work my way over there. This is a boat that came in just a minute ago. Roman Calvert and Shannon Calvert are who we were just watching throw onto the docks. And this team pulled in, and I thought they were running all the way into the pocket down there at the end where that boat ramp was coming down. Thought they were going there, and I was like, okay, they're going to get secondhand water because they just got through fishing that spot, but they stopped and they threw out here in the open. Looks like either ducks or some decoys out there in the water kind of throwing that way. So I don't want to run over that same area that I just saw them casting to. And then I thought maybe they were working their way towards that boat ramp. We'll find out who it is. Again, we're bringing it to you live here on the ABT 100. It's the first stop of 3 of the 2023 season. Glad you could join us. Those of you watching around the world, I'm Robbie Floyd, Jason Durant. Kenneth Grover's out there on the water as well. He had the farthest run. Cell coverage, not ideal. I'm actually not even using my normal phone that we have communication through because T-Mobile's not the best here. Evidently, if you got Verizon, you got a chance. If you got AT&T or T-Mobile, it's not so hot. But it's Lake Wedowee. It's about an hour and a half from everywhere. I think you can come up from Montgomery, you can come down from Birmingham, you can come over from Atlanta. It's the home of Wedowee Marine. And that's where the weigh-in will be this afternoon at 3 o'clock if you want to join us. 100 of the best angling teams from around the country converge on this lake. All right, what boat number are you?
99.
99. So I've had a 98 and now a 99. You know I was going to come and talk to you as soon as you caught that one, right?
Heck yeah, I kind of figured that.
Yeah, they got to give them some love, of course. Hunter Betts and Cameron Robinson, boat number 99. We know they have one fish because we just saw them catch it. Let's try and get a little bit more from them. I'll pull over here on the side of their skeeter. Austin, I'm going to swing around to the left, and that way I can be facing the same direction as they are. I thought y'all were heading to the bank, and then you kind of stopped out here in the open, so I said, okay, they're going for something. I was going to give it a little bit, and evidently I waited too long. All right, you've got that one fish. You got any more?
Yeah, we got 2.
You got
2 this morning.
2 this morning plus that one, or 2 total?
Just that one and one more spot. That's the first largemouth. Good size.
That was all right, so how big was that largemouth?
2 pounds.
2 pounds? What'd you catch it on?
An old jig today.
That's all right. That works. So was the other one a spot?
Yes.
Were you fishing for spots, or did you just stumble on one?
We've been trying to catch largemouth. I ain't found no big spots up here this week. I've caught a pile of them. They've all just been short, small, around a pound. But I ain't been able to just target largemouth doing anything.
Okay, what is it you're targeting now? Because you're going off of that boat, dog. Is there some brush piles down there?
Yeah, there's a little bit of brush down there. This week I found brush. We had 2 sets of boats this week, and I pretty much idled this whole lake looking for brush piles.
Planted brush, yeah.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of it. You know, it's a big crappie fishing lake.
Big bass fishing lake, too.
It is. Yeah, there's some big ones in here.
Evidently, a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while. We heard a guy caught a 12-pounder in here just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I caught a 6 the first day we were here, and it's a bite here and there, but a lot of times, at any moment, you could swing and catch a double digit. They're definitely here.
I was calling that wing nut that's in our boat, that guy that caught the 12-pounder. So I was just, that's where it was coming from. Yeah. I had to give him hell after I already gave him love earlier. So you caught a 6. You'd love to catch one of those today. Yeah, that could be a Mountain Dew Big Bass worth $1,000 extra.
You ain't kidding. There's definitely a double digit floating around here. It's a very nice lake.
All right, we're going to step aside for just a bit. You're checking out beautiful Lake Wedowee, Wedowee Marina right there. That's where the weigh-in will kick off today at 3 o'clock. We'll step aside for a bit, and we'll see you here on ABT 100.
Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series live coverage is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Bahio Sunglasses, Strike King, Luz, and by Bush Light. There's more live on the water coverage right after this message.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auden, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin LiveScope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin LiveScope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Today's Live on the Water coverage is brought to you by Wedowee Marine, by Big Bite Baits, by TH Marine, and by AmFirst Federal Credit Union. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. This is just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic champion!
The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Good morning, everybody. We are back, and you're looking at beautiful Lake Wedowee. Current temperature is 41 degrees. Water temp is around 50. Little to no wind and still cloudy this morning. Temperatures are expected to get up to the mid-50s, and as things heat up outside, they are going to heat up on the water. We expect big fish to be caught here at Lake Wedowee. Currently, right now, boat number 61 is our current leader in the number of fish that they have. They have 3 fish in the boat. We estimate somewhere between 5 and 6 pounds. Hopefully, as the air temperature warms up, the water will warm up, and we'll see those fish catches. But it's really encouraging when you get out on the water. They've been fishing for roughly 5 or 6 minutes, and they already have bites. What we're seeing right now is that the slot limit is playing a factor here at the tournament. We saw that Williamson and Williamson, the team that everyone said we should be watching, we saw them turn back a fish that was inside that slot limit. So largemouth bass must be over 16 inches in order to be weighed, or under 13. These guys are probably not going to hold on to those under 13s. They don't feel like they can win with those fish today. We did see Dukes and Dukes throw back a spot because they didn't feel like it was going to help them today. So they're going to have to be picky. But how long can they be that picky? It's still early in the day. We are at 8:25 in the morning. These guys have until, most of them, at 3 p.m. This afternoon. The last flight checks in at 3:45. So they still have a lot of time fishing. We're monitoring our trackers. We're trying to get it to as many teams as we can. So hopefully we're following your favorite angler. I know that Robbie is back out on the team that we saw come into the same pocket. He was covering boat number 2, Roman Calvert and Shannon Calvert, but he did cover boat number 99, Hunter Betts and Cameron Robinson. That's who he's on now. We're going to get back out on the water and let Robbie update you what he's seen so far. Okay. I'm happy with that. Let's talk, Robbie. Let's see what you've got. And by the way, it is a balmy 72 degrees here in the live studio.
Oh, man. Kay, we used to have fun together out there on the lake. I mean, cruising the rivers, the lakes of Alabama. You're missing out on some of this 41-degree temperature, I'll tell you that.
I'm not missing
You see Hunter and Cameron going,
I'll
no.
be real honest with you, I'm not missing it.
They're saying you'd take it if it was 61 right now instead of 41, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Any
you're
more
that
fish catches out
the
there
week
with
of
you?
practice has been awesome. That's what it's usually like. You know, whenever the weather is going to come, already been thunderstorms. That's what the ABT could stand for, or about to be thunderstorms. All right, 2 fish in the boat for them. What's your total weight? You think you got 4 pounds, maybe? Yeah, about 4. That's not going to get it done today.
No, absolutely not.
Hey, it's funny how you kind of work together. You saw the Calverts over there on the side. You said a couple of Smith Lake guys here on this body of water. Can't get you apart from each other, or what?
Well, you actually room with them.
Oh, we all sharing information or no?
No, not really. We shared a little bit, but not much.
Are you fishing the ABT, the regular tour this year?
No, we're not.
Not going to do it. I said, because it seems like we're going to be there in a couple weeks.
Yeah, y'all are coming up there. It's going to be tough. I'll just go ahead and tell you.
Why?
It's been tough.
Why? Dude, I've seen a lot of good days come out of Smith Lake. At this time of year?
It's warm, hot,
This warm, hot weather. And
it's really
going
messing
back
with
and
them.
forth. There's fish all over the water column right now. But
Sounds
somebody's
like-
going to catch them still.
Sounds like my love life. Hot and cold. Back in the day, of course. I've been married for 20-something years. So. What do you feel? Well, first off, what do you think your best 5 weighed in practice?
Really try not to stick them.
Yeah.
Caught some. Caught a bunch of 3s, 2s.
Okay.
A couple 4s, 2 6s.
So 15 to 20 is very possible.
Yeah, I see 27 trying to win this thing.
Okay. You're the second person I said it's going to be near 30.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Somebody's gonna bust a big bag, and they'll probably be one real close to double digits today.
So yeah, we had somebody said it's going to be near 30. You're saying 28. That's a big day on any lake in the country, but we know there's big ones here.
Oh, absolutely. The great thing about this lake, it doesn't get any pressure compared to any other of the big lakes. So
It's got some this week.
I would say this week it
lake
has,
got
but also it might now. Also, getting the exposure, and that's what
absolutely. This place is about to get hammered.
Yeah, ABT is about is showcasing the Great Lakes of Alabama, and it's our first time here. I know, like Miller's Ferry, we're going back there. I haven't been there in many years. I haven't been. There's so many different lakes to choose from. This is really nice.
Yeah, this is.
It reminds me a lot of Smith. If just the water was cleaner. But I mean, as far as
it looks just like Smith, but different.
It does.
Yeah.
Smith, you can see 20 feet down here. You can't see your shoes a foot under the water.
It sure wouldn't hurt if somebody put herring in here.
Yeah. We do not condone.
Oh, absolutely not.
Bringing in an invasive species of herring in here, but if they did,
It definitely helps. This spot, truly love it.
All right, pulling up on a drain here, you can see a boat dock or a couple boat docks, but the water level's down, but where the water would typically funnel down into on a heavy rain. So there's got to be some type of ditch here as well. And that's where probably the similarities to Smith are like. I mean, there's a lot of little runoff areas coming into these pockets.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. But it rains 2 weeks solid. It's still clean in a lot of places on Smith. It rains 2 weeks here. It looks like a mud hole in your driveway.
What's the depth in the bottom of that ditch?
It's about 9 feet.
9 to 10 feet.
A lot of my bites were definitely a lot shallower than what we're used to.
Yeah.
But it's who knows?
Hey Robbie, we pulled up on a different boat. It's boat number 50. It's Matt Green and Jacob Walker. They got one keeper largemouth in the live well so far.
They trying to stay really shallow too, Kenneth? You think? I mean, I hear a largemouth. It makes me think that, but and everybody I've heard said they're really uptight, you know, to that shallow area, more shallow areas.
Well, Robbie, we're so far upriver, everything up here is shallow.
Right. That's good.
Here we are with boat number 90. Jace Thompson and Thomas Eden got two in the box, 2 spotted bass.
So I think
really
of the 3 cameras, I made the longest run this morning. I went about as far northeast as you.
Really just try to take their time this morning and just fish and then buy some time. I feel like their bite gets a lot better in the afternoon. So they really just kind of wait until the afternoon bite to turn on. So just everything's a bonus at this point.
Well, we're going to get at it.
It looks like a largemouth from here, so he's going to have to. I think that's going to be an over, but it may be kind of close. Straight and live well. So now they have 2 keepers. This is Matt Green and Jacob Walker. Hey Jacob, how many days of practice you spent here?
Day and a half.
Okay. How did that go for you?
Pretty good. Caught 2 real big ones yesterday.
Okay.
Really taking the time to work these banks. The shallow cranking. Looks like both of them have a crawl-colored crankbait on. Yep, bouncing them off the rocks. As they work them around those rocks, they're really taking their time and they're getting hung up a lot, but they're bouncing them in and out. So hopefully get a strike here in a minute. Once again, we're on boat number 90, Jace Thompson and Thomas Stevens, who had 2 spotted bass in the box. This guy said earlier, I know y'all may have heard it, that they were really looking for a bonus fish this morning. Felt like their bite was going to get a lot better in the afternoon. Some of the guys have been saying that as we were working our way down. We were on Justin Mott and them earlier, and they said that the spotted bass were kind of out schooled up and just kind of so they're taking their time and just really using their live scope to fish for those spotted bass. And later in the afternoon, they felt like the largemouth are going to kind of push up in the pockets, and that's when the fish catching is really going to happen. well, guys, we're going to take it out to a little bit of commercial break here and get a little away from our sponsors. And if you are grabbing a cup of Black Rifle coffee, this would be a good chance to do that and get a refill. And get back to us right back after these commercial breaks. Get back to some fish catching action here from Lake Wedowee.
Today's Live on the Water coverage is brought to you by Wedowee Marine, by Big Bite Baits, by TH Marine, and by Amherst Federal Credit Union. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At Amherst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Orton, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
This hour's live action is sponsored in part by Garmin, by PowerPole, American Bait Works, Bill Penny Automotive, and by fishalabama.org. There's a lot more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At Amherst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail 100 from Lake Wedowee, the first stop of 3. Did I call it Wedowee or Wedowee? My mouth is cold. It's 41 degrees here this morning, but fishing, it's been pretty hot. Let's take a look at a couple of anglers we just pulled up to just a moment ago. They were the last team to enter into the ABT 100s, Wade Werner and Nick Enzio. I pulled up to them. They said they had a limit, and it didn't take long for them to call maybe a few ounces. Again, catching over 10 fish already this morning. They already have a limit in the live well. They're bank beating right now, but they are culling ounces. They've caught over 10 fish, culling, and they got one on right now as we speak. Forget about the old pictures. Let's take a look at some new ones. Hopefully this is a better upgrade.
That's the wrong fish.
Wrong fish, guys. We're looking for bass, not hybrid bass. As
you think it'll bump?
Again, they're boat number 1. They're the first boat to take off this morning, Wade Werner and Nick Enzio. But what is ironic is they were the last pair to sign up for the ABT 100s. But they still have a chance at over $30,000 today, possibly, if they're in a Phoenix boat and you win that $25,000. The Phoenix First Flight, there's a lot of money up for grabs, a $100,000 total payout, some individual awards as well, like say our Garmin 500, some America's First Federal Credit Union could be $1,000. Mountain Dew Big Bass, typically on the ABT, $500 Mountain Dew Big Bass. Here on the ABT 100, it's an extra $1,000. So we'll find out what that is. So, guys, you said you're culling literally ounces. You're trying to hit this really sharp point, and you get a bite on that wrong species. But what have you been doing today to get all these fish?
We started off just drop shot, crankbait, getting some main lake points. Caught a bunch of spots early, and now we're just trying to seek out some largemouth to upgrade our trio.
Okay. So I was talking with my cameraman a moment ago. We were seeing a lot of people looking for a largemouth. You don't feel that spots are going to win this tournament, right? It's good. You're going to have some largemouth.
Absolutely, 100%.
Heavy number day, though. I mean, it's pretty awesome being this early in the morning. It's only 8:49. You've been culling for quite a while.
Yeah, we had a limit this morning at 7:17. We ran about 300 yards from takeoff and put a limit in the boat and, I don't know, 50 casts. So that'll help calm the nerves.
That's awesome. So a limit.
We just settle down and go chase the right kind.
Yeah. We heard another boat say they caught 6 fish in that first 15 minutes as well. Got another one on. Nope.
Rock.
You can see he's eyeballing them. They stacked up there?
There is a bunch on that point. There could be more of those hybrids. There's a huge school of bait fish right on top of the point as well.
Mm-hmm. There's a reason those hybrids and possibly bass are on that point. They're trying to trap those bait fish that they're seeing on the graph. We saw fish earlier that there wasn't much bait around. They're actually seeing the combination of both here. I'm staying still as possible, staying off the trolling motor. Don't want to spook anything. Their start of the day, as they said, out there more on the main lake, hitting those points, looking for spotted bass, moving out inside some of these pockets. These are like secondary points. Definitely not the primary stuff, but hoping there's some largemouth over here in the shallows. This place isn't lacking for pockets.
We've got that.
What are you running through them right now?
Right now I just got a little rock crawler on. We've been kind of mixing it up, trying different things. I mean, we've caught fish on the crankbait, on a spinnerbait, shaky head, drop shot, just mixing it up, trying to get a reaction out of them. Every day has been different out here this week leading up to the tournament. Wednesday, then fish were pushed right up on the surface. The last couple of days they've been down 8-10 foot. So it keeps changing. This morning they were up pretty shallow, but now it looks like they've moved off again.
Now, oftentimes, especially points, those are ambush points, but current might be key, or wind. I'm not feeling any wind, and I'm hearing that they're not going to be pulling the generator's not even going to turn on until 5 o'clock. How does that play into your day?
The sun would help. It might put these fish in a position, maybe looking for some shade. That would probably help us a lot. If not, we're just going to have to stay out deep. I think they're going to suspend up. We're just going to have to slow down and wait for our quality bites. Thankfully, we've got all day to do it.
And a good start.
Yes, sir.
Every one of these casts could be a big one. We've talked about the big fish that are in this lake. How did practice go for you as far as size-wise?
Biggest fish at practice, probably 3.5, 4 pounds. A lot of kind of medium-sized, 2.5 pound fish. So that was kind of the goal, is to try to just get a limit as early as possible and then just slow down and hopefully stumble upon that right batch that are a little bit healthier.
How many times you fished this lake?
It's first time down. It's a little different than the lakes around Nashville.
I say you figured it out pretty quick, though. Now you just gotta upgrade.
That's right. We got to figure out those big guys.
You get to fish the Tennessee River much? I'll be there for the Classic in another month and a half. Who's your favorite going into that event?
Oh Lord, I don't know. We go hometown hero and go with Tristan McCormick, maybe.
Okay,
that'd be a good one.
Long hair don't care.
Yeah, right. Fellow first contact guy. That'd be awesome. Yeah, it'll be a cool tournament. It's always fun to see them fish up home water, local water. See if they can take any history from Ott Defoe out there.
Yeah. There's a lot of ways to catch them. I went around with Wesley Strader too. He knows a thing or two about that.
There you go.
That body of water. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun.
That's for sure.
So what brings a couple, I know we've got many Tennessee guys, what brings a couple Tennessee guys to the Alabama Bass Trail 100 and fishing this? It's not easy.
No, I mean, it's a very well-run tournament circuit. We actually have some friends. My cousin Greg, you see the Bass Reaper boat running around? Greg's out here, him and Carew. They've been fishing it the last couple of years, and the opportunity finally came about. So.
And you were the last guys to get in.
That's awesome. I didn't know that we were the last ones, but we were the last ones in and the first boat out, so that was pretty exciting. I thought it was a fluke when I got the text that said we were boat one. I was like, is this for real? So.
And you have 15 minutes.
That's
I'm
right.
living the dream.
I was like, you know, if we got boat one, it'd be nice to have this honey hole to run to and get there before everybody else. But we had a spot that was within eye shot of the takeoff. So
it paid off. Hey,
we
good
made
job.
It happen. That's right.
All right, gonna let you fish. Got 2 other boats that are out there. We'll hop around throughout the day, trying to get everybody that we can, let their friends and family see what they're doing, updates throughout the day. We'll be on live here on our Black Rifle Coffee morning show till 11 this morning. We will have our first flight check-in at 3 o'clock. These guys here will be there at 3 o'clock. Don't have much of a run right now, but only 4 flights of 25. If you want to come out and join us at Wedowee Marine South, we will be kicking things off at 3 o'clock or shortly thereafter with our national anthem, a little discussion, and then bringing them across stage. John and I will be up there. Kay as well.
I don't think so. All right. Well, gentlemen, it's been real fun. We're going to keep on moving. We'll see y'all at 3 o'clock.
Boat 81.
Guys, how's your day going so far?
2 fish. Not good.
Nothing live well yet?
2 fish.
Okay. What kind of size?
Little.
Spots?
2 spots, yeah.
Okay.
2 little spots. We'll try to get back down the lake, I guess.
All right. Keep working at it.
Sorry?
Just keep working at it.
Try.
These guys got 2 small spots in the live well. They're about to leave. He says he's going to head back down the lake. Okay, since this team's leaving, can you kind of give us an update what's going on in other parts of the lake?
All right, guys, welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here on the banks of beautiful Lake Wedowee. I guess the anglers know it's the top of the hour, so they get started moving around, so we do the same thing. Just wanted to remind you, we are here at Lake Wedowee, first stop of the 2023 Alabama Bass Trail 100. The team currently, our unofficial leaders would be boat number 1, Wade Werner and Nick Enzio, with 5 fish in the boat, probably somewhere around that 7 to 8 pound range. The only limit that we have reporting today. So we will be back. We'll cover more teams out on the water. But what we do want you to remember is if you're planning on being with us today at 3 o'clock here at Lake Wedowee, please bring your lawn chairs, maybe even a blanket. It's a little cool out here. The wind is starting to pick up. I can see the American flag blowing over here in my window. So make sure that you bring your lawn chairs out. Come out and enjoy it. We would love to meet some of the locals here at Wedowee. We look forward to seeing you, but follow us here at YouTube, on AlabamaBassTrail100.org, and on our Facebook pages. We'll be right back. Everything looks great, guys.
This hour's live action is sponsored in part by Garmin, by PowerPole, American Baitworks, Bill Penny Automotive, and by FishAlabama.org. There's a lot more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Penny. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series live coverage is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Bahio Sunglasses, Strike King, Lose, and by Bush Light. There's more live on the water coverage right after this message.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats. Built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Orton, Head Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Ronnie Ray, Danny Coatney out here on the water. Guys, I see you're putting up the rods. You're done with this spot. It looks like you're about to head out. Not much luck today. What's going on?
It's a little slow this morning. No overcast, no sun. I think it slowed them down a little bit.
I hear optimism in your voice just a minute ago, though. It seemed like it may be a timing deal, like you're looking forward to it warming up here in a bit.
11 o'clock, it's been pretty good from there on. So.
What is it about that time? Just the sun coming up?
Yeah, warmed up. Water warms up a little bit, I think.
Okay, thoughts. What have you been doing to this point, and what are you going to do now, even though you haven't got many bites?
We're going to continue on the same stuff, throwing little crankbaits, spinnerbait, chatterbait.
Main lake points?
Main lake flat points, yep.
Okay. Guys, if you got to bail. We want to see you out there coming across stage this afternoon, first flight in. Still got plenty of time.
We got plenty of time. Yeah. We'll catch some.
How'd practice go?
Good. Practice pretty good.
Okay. Hey, pick up on what you learned from practice. Kay, they said practice went well, and when I did pull up to them, they said they had some shorts, not too many bites out there, and but you could see in their their thought process, they're just waiting for this water to warm up, or the ambient temperature to warm up a little bit, and I think their bite will warm up as well.
I think they really need some Thursday weather. You know, we had bluebird skies here Thursday, 77 degrees with probably 5 to 10 mile an hour winds. So I think they would much rather that. I don't know if that's what the fish are looking for, but I know that's probably what the anglers are wishing that they had right now. Probably what you're wishing you had right now.
Yeah, I keep reminding you, nose is running. I got my sheet, I pull it out. My hands are cold. Austin, my cameraman, he's going, I wasn't planning on it being this cold. I even left my winter boots in your trailer. So I came prepared, but I wasn't prepared when I went out here on the lake. And people at home are sitting in their lazy boy right now, scratching themselves, drinking their Black Rifle coffee in warm comfort. It's not that warm here. I'm not even getting to fish, but I love being on the ABT 100. It's a great job. So I'm going to send it back to you in that warm suit. Oh, we got a Ranger pulling in here. We're going to find out who that is, find out if it's one of our competitors, and I'll be back with you in just a second. So I'm going to send it back to you in that nice toasty trailer, Kay. Enjoy yourself.
You know, Robbie gives me a hard time about being here in the live studio, but there's a lot going on. Preston's tracking people, I'm tracking people, we're recording all the weights, we're checking comments on Facebook and on YouTube. We're trying to keep everything afloat right here. We got guys working in the background, switching and swapping and working on audio, working on photos. So there's a lot going on here. He doesn't give us a lot of credit back here on home base, but there's a lot going on here. We hope that all of you will come out and visit with us today. It's our first time to be in Wedowee. We've met so many nice people. I've been here since Wednesday, been to several restaurants, been shopping several times at the Dollar General and the grocery store, getting snacks for the anglers, getting snacks for the staff. So it's been a fun time here in Wedowee. We're stayed at a little hotel called the Old Waters Inn, and I have to say it's newly renovated, absolutely awesome. And for a female, one of the most important things was water pressure, and it was awesome. So thanks to Mr. Crouch and his team there. It was really great to be here. The small town hospitality has been phenomenal. The food's been great. Hospitality's been great. People here at Wedowee Marine have been nothing but kind to us, really went over and above to help us out to have this event. So you're getting to see a drone photo right now of Wedowee, and you can tell it's normally 9,900 acres, but the water is down significantly. This is typical winter pool. So there's a lot of things that are out of play. You'll see a lot of trees and some branches, rock along the shoreline, a lot different than what you're going to see when you go to Smith Lake here in about 3 weeks. So we're going to get closer to some of these guys out on the water, bring you back some more action. But I do want to say another huge shout out to the great people here at Randolph County, Lake Wedowee, and Wedowee Marine. They've been nothing but kind to us. We currently have covered 15 different teams out on the water today. Currently leading would be boat number 1, Wade Werner and Nick Enzio, 5 fish. They have 5 fish in the boat, probably around that 8-pound mark. We've had 2 different teams tell us that they felt like 30 pounds was going to win this event. A lot of the guys that I talked to that fish here normally were thinking somewhere between 21 and 23. 30 pounds is a phenomenal weight. We'd love to see that. We'd love to see one of those 10-pound bags. I'm going to go ahead and get back out with Robbie. He and I are going to chat it up just a minute. So, Robbie, you're on another team.
Hey.
They got anything in the boat, or are you close enough?
I'm going to get there in just a second, but I want to point out, I give you all the credit in the world, Kay. I think you do a great job in that toasty studio of yours, and I know she does a lot of stuff back there, but I give her a hard time because she and I used to run around on the boat together and talk about things, and it is much better for her being there and keeping all this information. So I give you all the credit in the world. I just got to give you a hard time, too, because you don't come out here and have fun. And another thing is, and I'm going to talk and drive. One thing I want to point out is you were talking about the Old Waters Inn. That place is awesome. My first time here, you come in, you see this little motel in downtown, and it's a cool little downtown area, but you see this motel and you go, oh man, I'm in another one of them motels, and it is not like that. My room was perfect. I've stayed at many places that were supposed to be, 5-star, and they weren't as good as this one is. So water pressure, the room, everything is awesome at this place. So this is that Ranger boat that we were talking about a bit. And I want to point out what we're doing. We're going deep into this pocket. Now they're on this bank side. We saw, we're losing cell coverage, I'm hearing. We saw some teams fishing in some standing timber like we see to our left. These guys are still choosing to go to the bank. So cell coverage will work there. Jason is with boat number 41. I'm going to see if I can get up here and we can still get coverage. But Jason, take it away for a bit and we'll see if we can get coverage.
All right, we sliding in here with Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd. Saw these guys this morning at the boat check, and they said if they can get around the right ones, they could definitely do some damage. So we pull up on them. They got 3 for 17. 5. Okay, you got me there for a second. Got 5 for 17. All right, so tell us what's going on, guys. I see some big crankbaits and big swinging going on.
That was fun this morning. We probably caught 50 or 60.
50 or 60.
Yeah, it's died down a little bit right now.
So we got 5 for 17. Just clarify that one more time there. They're throwing some deep crankbaits. They're kind of, looks like a flat, I would call it. Just kind of long cast back here to the back of the boat. We're sitting out in front of them here. There's a few boats in the area. But they're definitely on their way to a pretty good size limit here.
Nice morning, ain't it?
Man, that's awesome. Definitely a little chilly, but it's going to warm up, I hope. Y'all had any other help in here?
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
I said you had any other help in here? Just that's it?
Yeah, he's been real close.
There's fish on. Oh, short fish.
Maybe we can get them fired back up while you sit there.
Oh, we're gonna hang out till you get them fired up. How about that?
It's been every cast for a while. So shortly. We got tired of weighing the same size one.
Well, we're gonna bring Kenny in here for a minute. Kenneth in here for a minute. Let's talk about Kenneth. What you got going on your end? I got 17 pounds over here with about 50 fish.
So the last time you were on us, we just stopped on boat 81, John Kellett, Robert Story. They didn't stay there very long, but they didn't move very far. So we got back up on plane, and they were the next boat we came to, so we stopped on them again. We're still way up the northeast corner of the lake. I don't even know what this leg of the lake is called. But we went this morning about as far as you could go and started to work our way back down the lake.
I mean, yeah, all the best we've seen so far. It's hard to leave fish biting, right?
Well, we know what's here.
A 5, a 4, and a 3.5.
I'm not sure I can hear Jason.
Yes. Fish on. Not a good one, but another fish on. Oh, you made this. Another fish on. Do what?
Fucking boat out there.
Can't.
Sunk boat out there.
Need a boat out? There's a boat, a sunken boat out there. Okay. Big one?
Boat 81's moving.
Just something to hold them on.
They're leaving. Yep, they're fixing to go.
I got too many AirPods in.
I said, y'all bring any Jack's biscuits for y'all?
Nah, man, some Jack's biscuits would be good right now, wouldn't it? What's y'all's biggest one? 5?
A little over 5. Yeah, that's a big throw.
I don't know if y'all heard him. The guy said that there's a sunken boat out there is what they're fishing around. So said they got to weed through them to get them. I know you've seen them throw everyone. We've watched them catch back because they're either in the slot or they're just not the size they're looking for. So their biggest one's 5 pounds. Got some in the 3-pound range. So sitting on about 17 pounds with 5 fish. Looking to make some upgrades at this point. They said they got a bunch of shallow stuff to go fish, but they know what's here and they don't want to leave it. Fish on. Not the whopper we're looking for.
flathead about 30 pounds.
Really?
I thought we'd done it.
Man, let's throw that one in the box and eat it tonight.
It was fun for a second.
I tell you thought you had an arm breaker.
Maybe they'll fire back off in a minute.
I'm just going to talk. I'm going to do my thing.
Okay.
Hey guys, how's it going so far today?
Only got two.
Two, what kind of size?
Two keep them.
Just
16, 17 inch, or one about 15 inch.
okay. Both largemouth?
One largemouth, one spot.
Okay.
We call it lemon spots, but we, there's 12, 13 inches. Bunch of babies.
How many days you got spending here practicing? 2 days, okay.
Take a break.
Have you ever been on this lake before?
Till we catch one.
Not before practice.
Okay. Both these guys are shallow cranking. That's something we've seen Jesse do quite a bit. He's kind of known as a shallow water cranker, so he's got to feel right at home doing this today. See these guys, they've got the boat right up against the bank, fishing parallel. The key is they know these fish are really tucked up tight to the bank, so by putting their boat up real tight to the bank and throwing straight out from that bait is staying in the strike zone a lot longer. If you were to set your boat out here like where we are and throw up to the bank and out, and you're actually only in that strike zone or the prime area for a short period of your cast. Paralleling like that, it gives you a better chance to catch a lot more fish. They're about to move. He said he's going to go right across. He's not going far. Okay, these guys are headed back further upriver. We may actually go follow them, or there's another boat here behind us, but we'll make a decision one way or the other, but we're going to send it back to you, and we'll find one of these teams to get on.
All right, guys, welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here on the banks of beautiful Lake Wedowee. And wow, a 5-fish, 17-pound limit, and it is only 9:30 in the morning. These guys have a long time to fish. That is boat 41. They will be in the second flight due in at 3:15 today, so they have about 6 hours left to fish. So that is a local team, Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd. I got a chance to talk with them Thursday night, and their comment was they really haven't fished here the last 3 weeks, trying to give everything a rest that they would normally be fishing. They're probably pretty recognizable on this lake since they're a local team, so they just stayed off the lake. They knew what they were going to do when they got here this morning, so they just gave everything a rest, and right now it's paying off for them. We have seen one other 5-fish limit for around 8 pounds, Wade Werner and Nick Enzio. So at 9:30 we have 2 limits. We've seen a lot of fish caught, just not a whole lot of weight at this time. So as the day warms up, I'm sure that the fish catching out on the lake is going to do the same. We've had 2 teams expect that 30 pounds will cross the stage today, and I would love to see that. It would make me mad if we saw 2 30-pound bags. My guess was 23.5 to win, 13.5 to get a check. So that's kind of where I'm sitting today. I'm hoping that I'll be right. There's no money on the line. I just get bragging rights if I'm closer to the winner. So, but I know Jason is still on Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd, so we may get to go back out with him. Robbie's pulling up on a team, and Kenny is following Jesse and Jordan, I believe. So we're going to go to a break, get a few bills paid here by our sponsors. So we'll be back shortly right here at beautiful Lake Wedowee. As you see, the Alabama Bass Trail team busted their tail this morning and are fully set up, ready for the weigh-in. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes right here on AlabamaBassTrail100.org.
Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series live coverage is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Bahio Sunglasses, Strike King, Luz, and by Bush Light. There's more Live on the Water coverage right after this message.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Today's Live on the Water coverage is brought to you by Wedowee Marine, by Big Bite Baits, by TH Marine, and by Amherst Federal Credit Union. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At Amherst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Ryan Lloyd and Brian Adamson here with 17 pounds, 5 fish, got a nice solid limit this early in the morning. I've really been doing some deep cranking. They're also throwing a swim bait here. These guys are your local guys here, and they know a lot about this lake. They said they really came here this morning to get it started. We watched them catch 5 fish. They've all kind of been in that slot lane range there and weren't able to really upgrade any. They do have their biggest fish, just 5 pounds. They had some company here this morning that was fishing around them. They said their friends that were here got to see a lot of fish catching. So they're kind of just staying here now, and they know what's here. They'll probably turn back on. Just waiting for it to turn back on. If they can catch those 5-pounders back out of this group, they would definitely make a big upgrade. So another fish on. I think that's probably our 7th or 8th fish catch here since we've been here. So.
You don't have a camera.
Another fish. All right, another fish on. I guess it could be said at this point, if you're watching these guys catch fish, if you're looking for a good lake to come and just spend some time catching fish all day, this would be a great place to come, Lake Wedowee. If you notice the guys in the background there probably have about 60 rods out. So I think they're outnumbering the bait in the water. But those are crappie fishermen, so. All right, Kevin, come on in with us here. Tell us what you got on your side of the lake.
You think time of day is going to matter today on a light window, or is it pretty much you got to get the right area at the right time?
You know, it's been weird. We caught some big ones in practice, and it lasted about, seemed like it lasted about an hour, and it got tough on us. There may be a window in there, but we don't know what it is.
Right.
We're hoping we're in the right place at the right time, I guess. We hadn't really put anything together. We kind of put a pattern together, but not really. I love this weird pattern. we catch them on some of the same stuff, but it's just random as to where we stop. We caught 3 good ones here. Thursday, down this bank, and we hadn't had a bite. So.
Right.
Hopefully we will. Hopefully y'all bring us luck.
Hey, we're supposed to. That's what we normally do.
Yeah, that's what we want. Y'all might want to stay with us all day then. We caught lots of rocks. Lots of rocks. So far, we lost one this morning. Seemed to be a good one right when we got there. It's pretty tough.
Right. All you do is keep your head down and keep working.
All you can do, that's what we'll be doing until 3 o'clock.
Yep.
Hopefully run into them.
Boat number 85. Work my way around the lake, Kenneth. Boat number 85, Lavoy Lemon, Zach Lemon. Just both of them each missed a bite just a second ago, and some disappointment because this is a repeat offender. You had a bite there, what, yesterday or this week as well? Yesterday had a bite here, missed it, and both throwing stick bait, soft plastics, Cinco style looks like. Just didn't take it all the way, huh?
He felt like he had it, but he had it hard, but I just missed it. Didn't touch it.
All right, what do you have today so far? I'm hearing a limit.
Yeah, we've got a limit, somewhere 7, 8 pounds.
7 or 8, so you need to upsize it. Total bites together, you getting a lot of bites?
Yeah, we done caught 10 or 12. They've just been small.
Big fish just ain't taking the bait, right?
Big fish seem to be the ones that's not taking the bait good. Them little ones, I don't know. We've done better up in the day. We're just targeting shallow wood falling off, little bits of wood.
Yeah, I would say, has everything been wood-based?
Pretty much wood-based. What I can't see, I'll be looking for it with this live scope here, you know. Wood base around is what we're catching them on.
Maybe.
I know they're not on bed, but they act like it.
See that swimming? You can hold it long enough to get them. Yeah, I'm gonna try one more. We got a couple trees right around the bank there. We shook a couple off of. There's one really good one right here. I think I lost him a while ago. I watered him off on a jig yesterday, had a plug on it where he couldn't hook it. It was a good fish.
That's the bad thing about pulling up to these spots that you know there's a fish on. You get that one opportunity, and that I could see it, I could hear it in your voice. You knew missing that time, that might be your only time.
Yeah, it usually is.
But the soft, slow presentation, not much moving baits really today, huh?
We can catch them on crankbaits, but we just keep catching small ones. But right here's how we caught big ones in practice. I say big ones, we caught quite a few 3-pounders doing this.
And all conventional Texas rig style, not doing wacky or nothing else?
No, just jigs and these.
Jigs and just straight soft line.
Yep. That's pretty much what we've been doing.
You say you just mouthed a few in practice. What do you think your best 5 would have weighed in practice? Just by feel.
I'm going to say between 13 and 15.
13 and 15. Okay. You're almost there already.
So we've got a lot of spots marked where we shuck off fish on jigs, and so we're going to hit them all day. I'll burn the crankbait a little, or not burn it, just throw it over down the bank, try to get to my next tree. There's a couple trees down there. Throw it and call it 2 roll. Lake's got a lot of fish in it. It's just hard to catch fish for us. We've never been on the lake before till Thursday.
I have to say I like it. It's my first time here. I like this lake. What's that?
It's a fun lake to fish. I think it's as muddy for this lake too.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, they've got a lot of rain. Had a couple of Smith Lake guys saying it reminds them of Smith Lake, but except for the clarity.
Yeah, we fish Smith a lot too, where we're from. It reminds me of Smith except for the clarity.
How about the regular ABT? You doing it again this year?
He is.
Yeah, I'm fishing this year.
I'm fishing a couple divisions of 12 this year.
Can't do them all.
Can't do them all.
Who are you paired with this year on the ABT?
Fishing with Casey Walker.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a good buddy of mine. And it's the best running trail out there.
Appreciate it. I mean, I ain't got nothing to do with it, but I'm just saying I appreciate it. Kay appreciates it. So kind of working our way up through the bank here for those of you watching online. Hitting the soft plastics when they really want to target one area, but while they're moving to those areas, just running those crankbaits. We've seen others do along there. And actually a two-prong approach. Trying to get that crankbait out as far as you can, run it by that bank and hit the soft plastic as far as you can flip it and hit it with a little more cellular approach. But looking for those individual laydowns and wood that's in the water. That one didn't quite reach it, but you see a section coming up here. Not even wanting to mess with brush or anything else like that. I mean, as far as piles, you're hitting all this bank stuff that you know about.
What we've been able to see, now we do have a little brush and some pockets in the center of them that we found with the electronics, and we just haven't got to it yet. But.
Yeah. I was trying to tell Kay that the sun's trying to peek out, and I see it over my right. It's attempting to, but I mean...
I know, it's just teasing us, right? It was cold this morning.
It's cold now. Even though, you know, some people out here taking off jackets. I'm like, what's up with that noise, huh?
I can finally feel my fingers. We're going to catch one right there.
Yeah, I'll say there's a perfect example. That laydown didn't make it to the water, but you see all the remnants of that brush or that tree down there in the water. Now it slows it down a little bit and hits it with the Cinco type bait. New boat for this year?
Just picked it up Wednesday.
Maiden voyage, huh?
Yep.
Looks good.
Thank you.
Probably fish catch number 10 or more since we've been here. Now they have all kind of been in the slot. We do have 17 pounds here, Brian Adams and Ryan Lloyd.
That's a pretty solid start to the day, huh, Jason? Our camera.
For
my guys have 12, your guys have 17. And they're expecting more as the day goes on.
Yeah, these guys said here they would leave. Oh, another fish catch. And they go to another spot, but they just know what's here. These guys are local guys here, so they got plenty of spots to go fish. But they said this spot right here should really produce for them. And they have caught a 5-pounder off the spot already, so it's here. That's a little bit better.
Well, that's the thing, too, also, isn't it? That if there's even anybody that's kind of close to it and sees it, they're going to probably jump into that spot when they leave.
Well, that's the deal.
If you know if there's a 5 there, I wouldn't leave either.
There was a group here with them this morning, and they saw every bit of the fish catching. And oh, another, man, we were they're getting fired back up here a little bit. We just put one on the bump board there, did not measure, so threw it back. But they're just looking to upgrade a little bit.
Okay, with 17, and you know if you've got a 5, what's the small? I mean, that's what you start looking at. I mean, now you can make big moves. What do you think the small is? A pounder, probably, pound and a half?
Hey, Ryan, Brian, what's y'all's smallest one? 202? So there you go, Robbie. 2 pounds, a little over 2 pounds. So a 3 pounder would upgrade
I was
it.
thinking maybe a pound and a half. So yeah, I mean, so 2 pound smalls, pretty good. We just had a miss right here on a lay down in some brush here. Got the bites, went to swing, and nothing was on the end. Yeah, you look for those big jump in weights, so like what the small was. If it was a pound and a half, you know, those 3-4 pound fish really, it's like gravy. It's over the top. But, yeah, 2 pound smalls.
In practice, guys were saying there's a good chance we would see an 8 pounder weighed in today, and even possibly a couple teams bringing an 8 pounder.
That'd be fun. That'd be good, especially on a new lake.
Right. Yeah, it'd be really good.
Hey, I know we don't have a sponsor, a lithium battery sponsor, but I got some Dakota lithiums for my golf cart the other day, and it got me thinking when I've been cruising on these trolling motors. I've already started about doing a thing on the Classic. Just how much the technology, and you think about all the stuff in the Garmin electronics, they all use electricity in the trolling motors, and guys have struggled through the years. And Aaron Martin's like the first guy I remember using lithiums, and he was doing it for weight savings and being able to get to the spots quicker. But holy crap, my golf cart is way faster and everything's lighter and it runs forever. You tend to forget about the simple things, you know, because one battery that I had, like lead acid, weighed 81 pounds, one battery. The equivalent in that lithium weighed 26. And I don't know why it comes to my mind, other than I'm just thinking about, you know, on the trolling motor all the times, oftentimes in the wind. But it's not just the electronics, it's what powers them, you know, and it's just amazing, you know, that they've gotten to where they're at right now.
Mm-hmm.
So Kate, maybe we can work on a lithium sponsor down the road. And a lot of contingencies for these guys. I know Kay had pointed out how, like Phoenix First Flight, you can win an extra, you know, $7K, and there's $2,500 for the highest finisher in a Phoenix. The electronics that how we had mentioned, if you're in a rigged Garmin vessel of any sort with the correct Garmin equipment on, you can win an extra $500 if you're the highest finisher. With the Garmin stuff, America's First Federal Credit Union, an extra $1,000 if you got your boat financed through America's First. Did you get your boat financed through America's First Federal Credit Union? Please tell me you did. Not done. You missed out.
Oh, better fish, better fish.
Because, uh-oh, you got a big one?
Good fish, good fish. Yeah, good.
All right. Let's listen to Jason.
It's better, but still in that slot. That's tough.
I hear you, brother. So our guys are leaving. You're still on one with them?
All right. Well, guys, here we are. We've got a little bit of lull in action. We're going to take a little break. Do not forget that the weigh-in is going to be at 3 o'clock today. There will be a live stream of the weigh-in. You get to see Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd weigh in this 17 pounds, working their way to 20. So stay tuned. We'll be right back from this commercial break.
Today's Live on the Water coverage is brought to you by Wedowee Marine, by Big Bite Baits, by TH Marine, and by Amherst Federal Credit Union. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series live coverage is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Bahio Sunglasses, Strike King, Lose, and by Bush Light. There's more Live on the Water coverage right after this message.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auden, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail 100 from Wedowee Lake. Spraying a little special sauce on that soft plastic there. Boat number 2, Roman Calvert, Shannon Calvert have upgraded since we saw them last. Earlier, single fish, I think. You've been hitting the boat docks now. What are you up to?
We got 3 right now for about 8 pounds. We caught another 3.5 and one about 2.
3.5 and a 2. Again, boat docks and still staying shallow, but I keep thinking the sun's going to come out, which should help that boat dock bite and kind of locate them a little bit better. But the sun's not being our friend right now, but not too bad. Are you okay having what you have right now?
I'd like to have a couple more. We've got a couple bites right around here in practice, so maybe we can get those last 2 and then, you know, stay with the boat docks the rest of the day. We've been swapping it up between the boat docks and shad wrap and doing other things, trying to go ahead and get a limit while it's still decently early, and then I can stick a jig in my hand and throw it the rest of the day.
Couple different looks here. We see a little bit of a drain in this pocket. You've got some chunk rock here, some different varieties of rocks with a dock here at the end of this point. This could be something good. How many other spots have you hit since we've seen you guys?
I hit another pocket. That's where we caught both of those, and we caught short there, and then hit one more spot just real quick, and then didn't get a bite, and come up here, and then head back down after that.
Okay. Were they relating to anything in particular?
Yeah, a little bit of brush underneath the dock. It's normally where we're getting bit. But on the bank, we ain't got bit on the bank this morning, but during practice they were relating back to that down. We had a hard time getting bit on this pressure.
We're in our 3rd hour of fishing, 3.5 hours into fishing today. We've already had one team with a 5-fish limit about 17 pounds, another team with about 12 pounds. These guys have 3 fish for 8. They're working their way towards their limit and hopefully upgrades, just trying to get into some of that size. But a 3.5 pounder caught earlier, those the types of fish you need if you're going to take home the title here at Wedowee. The first stop of 3, have one in the winter. Well, I call it winter. Winter now, and then one in the summer, and then one at the end of the season. 3 different lakes, 3 different times of the season, of the year. Got to be a well-rounded team to win the ABT championship belt. We'll be weighing in at 3 o'clock. Our first flight checks in at 3 o'clock this afternoon at Wedowee Marine South. Don't go to the other one. That's where I went this morning. There wasn't a boat to be seen. After working on that dock, now going back to that shad wrap along this bank. And as Jacob, my boat driver, pointed out, you see that bigger rock here, a little transition into some of that chunkier rock. This is a good little stretch. Now, whether they bite or not is another story. You're trying to find some of those differences. And maybe they're wanting some of that bigger, chunkier rock. Maybe they're wanting more of that, pea gravel at times. Or maybe they're set off with some of that brush just off that boat dock. Either way, that's why they're searching all 3. Crankbait up in the front, looks like a bladed jig in the back. My TH Marine weather update on my personal phone says 44 degrees. I'm near Lineville. Feels like 42. My hands feel like they're 32. You know, we're going to be bringing you coverage on the water for another 45 minutes. Glad you've been watching throughout the day. Myself, Kenneth, and Jason. Trying to get you as many anglers as we can today. I'd like to give a shout out to my former boat driver at the Classic a few times, Matthew Abear. His birthday's today. I'm sure he's watching on the web. I don't know how old he is. I just know he's older than dirt, older than rope. And the bad thing is he's a Green Bay Packer fan.
Fish on. Oh, another fish on. Missed it. Catch his mama then. Maybe we'll catch his mama then. It's like a double up. I mean, how was this bird? Cameraman's doubled up.
Jason, even with that little bitty, fish that we just had caught right then, I mean, it's still, you want to see fish biting. You want to see that activity. There could be a big one doing the same thing, even though that fish we just caught could be used for bait. Most instances, a big largemouth would eat that fish. But just as an angler, not getting bites is kind of the worst thing. If you're getting bites, you always feel that possibility. I mean, your guys, they're not lacking for numbers at all. They're just looking for that one big bite. And on this lake, it seems like any given bite could be a big bite.
Yeah, our guys have, since we've been here, we've probably caught 15 fish, and it's a lot of them in the slot. But to me, if you're catching fish, you're in the right area. I know a lot of guys will say, you don't leave them biting. These guys are home guys. They know what's here. They've caught a 5-pounder off here this morning. So they're just waiting to really try to fire them back up.
The only thing that does scare me about that is you're right. You don't leave biting fish, but if they're all of the same size or similar varieties, it's hard to find that one little standout. But do you leave to go and try and find those bigger fish, or just say, okay, give me 15 bites, I might find one? I don't know what the right answer is, but they're going to have to stick with their call. It's a one-day tournament. You don't have another day to make a change.
Yeah, what also is in your head right now is there was a guy here that was with you this morning, watched you catch a ton here. You leave here, he's going to slide right back in here. And then you're like,
Absolutely.
well, what is he going to catch? So you just got a little bit of a mental game here for sure.
Yeah. And it's guarding it. Kenneth, as we're looking at a 3-box here, all 3 of our on-the-water cameras, the sun has actually came out like in full force for the very first time today. But that's right, we see it at all the lakes. It doesn't make any difference. If you've got a spot that's productive and you got somebody that's seen you catch these fish, it scares you to leave, those areas, even if you are catching small ones at this time.
Yeah, and I mean, who's to say the next cast isn't a 5-pounder?
Well, Robbie, this game is a game of decisions. So these guys, that's part of being a tournament fisherman. You got to be able to make decisions throughout the day, make adjustments and changes. So, I'm just now feeling the sun here myself, and I'm still pretty good ways upriver from where you guys are, and it's going to probably make a change. So how these teams adjust to that for the rest of the day is going to make a difference of more than likely who's going to win or not.
Yeah, Kenneth, what would you do? I mean, that's always the question. If you're in a place that's catching 10, 15 fish in that spot, you've gotten 1 fish in that spot. Would you stick around? I know it's hard to second guess them. Would you stick around and just kind of guard it and chance it, or would you give it up and try and find one on a similar pattern?
Yeah, if I'm not upgrading where I am, I'm probably going to make a move. It depends on what they have. If they have enough to be competitive, or what they feel is competitive, then it would make sense to stick. Then you can't just keep sitting there catching the same fish. You got to go somewhere where you can upgrade your limit.
Yeah, and I think that's the deal, isn't it? If you've got 17 pounds, you're doing good, but that, from everything, all indications, everybody's thinking it's going to take probably even more than 25 to win. That's not going to win, but maybe this could be the one for your team.
Yeah, sorry about that, Robbie. We're on Scott Canterbury, and he just hooked up. They are measuring. It's a largemouth, so he's measuring to see if it's in the slot.
I'm not sure if your camera's trying to struggle, but we are with Scott Canterbury is who he's with, and they have a good-sized fish, it sounds like. Well, that stinks, Jason. Right when Scott catches one, we lose our cell signal there, but I think we still have inter-ear communication, so he could relay it to us. But Canterbury had a decent fish there, and we lost our cell signal. I might have lost my signal to Jason. Jason, what would you do right now if
no, I'm here, bud.
You're your team?
Here.
No, what would you do right now? Would you stay or would you go?
I'd have to obviously weigh it against what else I had going on. My ear cutting out, so catching another fish catch here. So as we talk about what I would do, if I'm catching fish here, part of it says for me to stay for a little bit. If I'm a guy that's been here, grew up here, fishing here, and knowing what's here, we've caught a 5-pounder here already, caught a 3-pounder here already. So I feel like we're around the right size fish. Yeah, we're going through some right now that are smaller. But again, I lean back on what's to say the next cast is not a 5-pounder or even one of the 8-pounders on the lake. So we're in the right spot, I think.
It's one of those things that danged if you do, danged if you don't, because if you stay, you could be losing the event by staying and not upgrading, because after the fact you would have wished you would have left. If you do leave, then you're going, if I'd have just stayed, I could have. So making that right decision.
The other side of it is somebody else already on the spot that I'm going to want to go to.
Right. Yeah, it's not like there's somebody maybe going to jump on your spot. You know for a fact somebody's going to jump on your spot because they're waiting for. If they're still there and they've been watching you for a couple hours, guaranteed they're going to get on that spot if you leave. Guaranteed.
Yeah. And even the spot that you would be going to, if somebody already fished through there and worked that one over.
Or on there at that point, at that time.
It's hard all around.
It's not easy. I know there's a lot of armchair anglers. Heck, I'm one of them. And until you have skins in the game, and the entry fee is not that bad. It's $1,000. I mean, that's a lot for most people, but it's not a bunch when you're looking at winning over $30,000 in a one-day tournament. That's very good. But like I said, if you've got 17 pounds and you're sitting on a hole and you're not upgrading, what could have been might jump up and bite you. But on that same note, the possibility of catching a 5-pounder on your next cast when you're getting bites. You could go somewhere and not get bites.
Yeah.
But when you're getting bites, again, when you got skins in the game, it feels different than just sitting there watching online or watching on your television at home. I can't remember the last time I won $25,000.
I can't remember the last time I caught 10 fish on the same day.
Well, I can remember when I won $25,000, but it wasn't. It was never. It was never.
There you go.
Again, for those of you just tuning in, we're at Lake Wedowee, the first stop of 3 of the ABT 100. 100 pairs of anglers. You can have touring pros mixed with an amateur as well. And when I say amateur, that's a relative term, because if you're fishing on the Alabama Bass Trail, you better know how to fish and fish well. Although anybody, if you signed up and you entered a skill level, that's up to you. It's not like a golf tournament where you're a handicap. Everybody gets to fish against everybody. But you can have a touring pro on the boat. It's different than the ABT series events where there can't be any guys that have fished on tour for a few years, although we've seen guys that are former touring pros. These guys are studs. There's only 100 of them on this lake, one of our smaller lakes. The water level is down. It was a cold start this morning, probably high 30s, right around 40. The sun is finally just now starting to peek through. Still, the temperature is only about 44, 45 degrees right now. Myself, Jason Duran, we got one on here, Jason. I don't see a lot of weight, but we got the net out. Maybe.
Oh, here we go.
Well, we got one at least. And that was throwing a shad wrap along the rocky bank. No dirt to be found on that bank. That is full rock and wood. And I don't know, did you catch it off that big laydown or no?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Yeah, there's one big laydown coming in there, but I mean, this is about as rocky a bank as you're going to find.
No, this is over 12.
Should keep?
Yeah, it keeps. About 12 3/4.
Squeaker keeper. 12 3/4. Squeaker keeper, but it counts. How funny is it also time of day too? These fish turn on at the same time, Jason. And now you've got an upgrade maybe.
Well, let's see if this one measures. All right, we're gonna go with weight. We're gonna see if it weighs enough, because it does probably measure. Not enough. What was that one? Short?
No, he was good, but he wasn't big enough to hold.
1 or 2 bucks. So Jason, you had a good sized fish, but it was in that slot.
Yeah, we had one. It was a spotted bass. It was not big enough to cull.
Still have about 30 minutes left on our Black Rifle Coffee morning show, the ABT 100 for Wedowee. About 30 minutes left of our coverage, and we'll be back live for the weigh-in at 3 o'clock this afternoon from Wedowee Marine South. Seen some good catches, some decent weights for it being as early in the morning as it is. A lot of fish catches. But the size-wise, what we're hearing the guys were catching in practice now, the sun, the temperature and things, the wind are different than what they were in practice. But we're hearing it would take probably between 25 and 30 pounds possibly to win this event. That would be a hell of a kickoff to the 2023 season on the Alabama Bass Trail. I'm still with boat number 2, Roman Calvert, Shannon Calvert. They have 4 fish now in the live well with a small keeper just a moment ago, a little over a pound. 1 fish shy of their limit. Jason, who are you with, and did they ever upgrade from that 17?
We have not upgraded from that 17 pounds yet. We've caught probably 20 pounds or so in the mix of that. So it's been a tough little fight here. They do have 17 pounds, like we said, though. Just trying to upgrade. You know, we talked about leaving, not leaving. Some of us will say stay, and some of us say leave. But at this point, you just got to kind of stick
You
with
said
their
that was
plan.
a spotted bass I caught just a moment
Lloyd.
ago. Where they're getting most of their size from spots or largemouth?
A little mix of both. Oh, man, they just get one bite after another. They're like every other cast is a bite.
And that's why it's so hard to leave.
Exactly.
Has it been one particular area, or they move, or they line up a certain way to get these catches?
It is one particular area here. So the guy said that there's a sunken boat out here behind us where we're fishing. So we're both facing away from the spot, and they're fishing off the back of the boat. So we're spot locked here, and just making that cast out there, coming over it with swim baits, coming over it with worms, coming over it with deep dive crankbaits. So they've really mixed it
that
up,
structure,
trying to change up the fish that are in there.
So that structure can come in many forms, right? I mean, and I guess instead of it being a brush pile, it's a old boat. I mean, I remember one of my favorite things ever, and I think in a structure fishing like that is back at the Bassmasters when they were at Lake Falcon back in around 2008, 2009, and when the water level got low and everybody's able to get down in this old town, and you saw all those old structures from the houses and the foundations.
Yeah, foundations.
It doesn't have to be a brush pile to offer structure. And right there, you're seeing it where they're loaded up on an old boat.
So we are on boat 41, Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd. this lake looks so good. I mean, just seeing all these areas. I got a few boat docks. I've seen standing timber. I'm seeing these rock walls. You know there's ledges there, laydowns in the water. We just need to get these bad boys to turn on. Sun to come up, something to fire them up. But I mean, there's a lot of variety in this body of water.
Mm-hmm.
Of course,
a lot of timber. A lot of
water
timber
temp could pick up. I mean, things start heading towards the springtime. It makes some of these shallow pockets even better. Who's doing it? So we're not lacking for fish catches today. Some of these guys, one of these pairs is going to win it. We start weighing in at 3 o'clock this afternoon at Wedowee Marine South. Stick with us on the ABT 100. Boat number 1.
Today's Live on the Water coverage is brought to you by Wedowee Marine, by Big Bite Baits, by TH Marine, and by Amherst Federal Credit Union. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At Amherst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auden, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. This is just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic champion!
The TH Marine Hydrowave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The Hydrowave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The Hydrowave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
This hour's live action is sponsored in part by Garmin, by PowerPole, American Bait Works, Bill Penny Automotive, and by fishalabama.org. There's a lot more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At Amherst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies, we fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Okay, we've got our guy too.
All right, we're coming back from commercial here, and we have had probably 3 fish catches while we were on commercial break. And we had one that was about as big as the bait, and he hooked him sideways, and I thought we had a big one coming. So, but when you hook one sideways, it really feels good coming in sideways. But we're still here. Boat numbers: Brian Lloyd, Brian Addison. We don't want to leave them. They don't want to leave this spot. So everybody's arguing, should we leave, should we not leave? I say we stay. They say we stay. So we're going to stay here and hang out with them until we see something bigger. All right, coming over to Robbie. Robbie, let's come and see what you got. Any upgrades?
Well, for the first time, well, at least in 2023, I'm going to talk to somebody that's not in the tournament, but he happens to be fishing. Sir, what's your name?
Jack Jones.
Are you related to this boat driver of mine? Jacob, are you related to him in any way or fashion?
I'm afraid so.
How are you related?
Granddaddy.
Granddad, okay. You're out here fishing on tournament day, not in the ABT 100. How's your day going?
Well, I'm just happy to be out here. It's not going real good, but I'm used to that.
You whacking them?
I'm catching a few.
What's it like being the grandfather of a man who caught a 12-pounder just a few weeks ago?
Awesome. I netted the fish.
Oh, so you caught it?
No, he caught it, but I got it in the boat.
That's called catching it. Yeah. So we can put when you plaque it, you went caught by JJ.
Yeah.
What was it like for you having that pressure on you with the net?
Oh, God. More than him.
I bet. Have you ever caught a 12-pounder out of this body of water?
No.
So he caught a bigger fish than his grandfather?
Yeah.
Man, we got to do something about that.
I know it.
Hey, good luck today.
Thank you.
You fished here many times. We saw where you lived. Actually, somebody caught one right around from your house. What's it going to take? What's going to be the bait that these guys are going to win on today? What do you think?
Crankbait of some sort.
Crankbait of some sort. So we saw a lot of shad wraps. What are you throwing? Sure enough.
25-year-old one.
A 25-year-old crankbait. So again, crankbait's going to win it today. We'll find out. Jason's been with several langlers. I think they may be throwing that as well. So again, ABT 100, the first stop of 3 this year. Let's find out who's going to win this thing in a bit.
I think these fish going to turn.
Yep. Have you been in this area of the lake pretty much most of the day?
We've been everywhere. Oh, we've been all over the place.
Okay.
I'm about probably out of gas by now.
Did you spend much time practicing, or are you trying to figure it out today?
We spent time practicing. Being in January, it's like, there's not a lot of pickup. I mean, the bite's tough. Keep your large mouth. We're just kind of fishing right now. Fishing in areas where we may have 1 or 2 bites, but I mean, it was pretty slow for us in practice, so we're just trying to figure it out.
Right.
Fix it up a little bit. Still practicing. Yeah, we're practicing. We'll be practicing till 3 o'clock.
Now, were your bites in practice scattered, or did you hit like kind of flurries?
Very scattered.
Okay.
Bigger bite came, but just random. So
Just keep that trolling motor going and cover some water.
Get a lunch from the bites, feel like it's going to be, 1 or 2 bites late.
Right.
It makes a difference.
All right, we're going to pull off and kind of get out of your way and watch you for a minute.
Everybody right there asleep.
Off and on.
And a better fish. Gonna weigh it, see what we can upgrade to. As I said earlier, the smallest fish was 202. Uh-oh. Might be a call here. Nope. Not enough. It must have been right at 2.
we're moving here. Appreciate it, guys. Good luck to you.
Coming back in here to Brian Adamson, Ryan Lloyd still sitting on 17 pounds. You know, we are hanging in here with them just like they're hanging in here with this spot. So they're still catching them, so we're still hanging out. So I figure you guys want to watch fish catching, so we're gonna here comes another fish as we speak. Boat 41, Ryan Anderson, Brian Lloyd. Brian Anderson, Ryan Lloyd. One of our Wedowee Marine teams. That's 721 Pro X2 Phoenix boat. That's a miss. Another hook.
All right, I've just been cruising the lake trying to find ABT 100 anglers, and this is one that I really wanted to find. Boat 84, Eric Morris, Alex Davis. This is your house, brother. This is it. You put the owie in Wedowee. Are you putting them in today? How's it going today so far?
Catching a lot of fish, just not getting the right size right now. I've caught 5 or 6 slot fish. Caught probably 20 cranking, but have not put a big one in the boat. It's kind of the way it goes in this lake. A lot of times you just run into them.
So the numbers of fish are there, just not the size?
Right, yeah, we're going to cover a lot more water. And there's going to be an afternoon bite. We don't have to be in the 345. And, I fish with Kyle Welcher down here on our team trail that we fish. And a lot of times we don't start catching until 11, 11:30. So plenty of day to go, and we ain't going to give it up yet.
When I saw you right then, I saw a little disappointment. You said they could be 8 or 18. You just don't know which, the weight's going to be that day. But seeing that and hearing that out of you, that you're not concerned because there has been a midday bite for you.
Yeah. I mean, it only takes one bite here. I mean, there's been several fish over 8 caught this week, and I weighed one for a guy last night, weighed 997, and I mean, it can happen, matter of minutes, and I'm fishing one of the best fishermen that I know. So maybe he can pick up slack.
I think you're a pretty strong team, and again, maybe things will start turning on for you here. That's kind of crazy, though. Again, you're the proprietor at Wedowee Marine. You see these big fish come in. Has there been a pattern on what these big fish have been caught on?
From what I've gathered, most of them are coming on a jig, a little bit deeper in the water. But there has been a few caught on cranking. We caught several over 4 cranking, but it's just not happening as far as the big fish. And they're still sitting off,
What's your biggest fish today so far?
Today, probably 2 1/4.
2 1/4, largemouth or spots?
Lord.
Okay. All right, brother. I know you know this lake well.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm just tickled to have everybody out here get to show it off. I think everybody's had a great time.
It's my first time here. I love your facility. This lake's pretty darn awesome. I know why is the water level so down and you've gotten so much rain?
Well, they pull it down. They keep it down for flood control for martin, and so that's why they keep it down here to control it. I've seen it come up 9 feet in a day.
Really?
With a flood a couple Christmases back, but it's just, I like it now. They got less rain behind it.
Yeah, it's nice. And some of the anglers we talked to today compared it to Smith Lake, except for the clarity.
Right, yeah. It fishes a lot like Smith when it's dirty. And I love Smith. And we just don't have the bluebacks here, but we got bigger largemouth.
Yeah, we've mentioned the blueback too. I was like, I know they're an invasive species, but if somebody just happened to put some in there.
It wouldn't hurt my feelings. A lot of guys don't want it, but it wouldn't hurt my feelings.
Hey, Eric, we're going to leave you alone. We're about to wrap up our show. We've been on air since, it's been about 6:35 this morning. Go out there and catch them. Getting Big E, one of the names, K, that we look for, and some of the one of the teams in the ABT 100 here at Wedowee Lake.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio here on the banks of Lake Wedowee. Robbie just finishing up with Eric Morris, the proprietor here at Wedowee Marine South. We've seen a lot of fish catches on camera. I think Ryan Lloyd and Brian Adamson had 20 or 25 fish catches on camera today. Their decision is, will they leave or are they going to stay and wait on that bigger bite? We saw 3 limits in our time here. We covered about 25 teams out on the water. Saw a lot of fish catches early, but the sun is coming up. The clouds are fading away, so hopefully the fishing will heat up as well. We're going to go through the team. We're going to go out to Jason next and let him tell you what he saw out on the water, what his expectations are, and move along, and Robbie will take you out. Thank you for tuning in today to the Alabama Bass Trail Live here at Lake Wedowee for the first stop of the Alabama Bass Trail 100. Jason, talk to us. Let us know what's going on out there.
Well, we just worked our way down south. We left Wedowee Marine South and headed south, and we got right here in the background the team of Ryan Lloyd and Brian Adamson. They've got 17 pounds. They have been catching them one after another, and if you've been watching live for the last hour or so, we couldn't decide to leave because they couldn't decide to leave. So we stayed here because they were catching, and they stayed here because they were catching. They're looking for a little bit of an upgrade, you know, a couple more 5-pounders, and they'd be able to really get this show on the road for them, working their way to that 20 pounds. We have heard teams catching over 8 pounds in practice, so hopefully some of those 8-pounders will get weighed in today. So I'm not sure who's going up next, but let's kick it on around. Who's going to the next one in the Busch Light breakdown?
Well, we took a pretty long run this morning. We went up, I guess, about as far up the northeast corner of the lake that you could go, following a team that everybody coming in thought would be a team to really watch. They got up there, they'd caught some fish, said the bite was a little off, said they had fish slapping at their bait, weren't really taking it, so we left them, found a few more teams. Kind of the same thing. It seemed like a slow start, that part of the lake. I know based on what Jason and Robbie did, the lower end of the lake may have been firing a little bit better early today. Started to see a lot more boat movement this afternoon. I'm seeing boats go up, seeing them come down. I think it's possible that this afternoon bite could really make a big difference in the results of this tournament. We know that there's big fish in this lake. I still think it's going to take really good weight to win this tournament. I think there's going to be a lot of teams that'll be in contention. So this afternoon bite's going to really be key. And unfortunately, we're going to have to get off the water, so we're going to miss that, seeing it live. But certainly for weigh-ins, we'll be live on weigh-ins. The weigh-ins should be really exciting. 100 of the best teams in Alabama. Some teams that are not in Alabama to come join us, and the weights really should be good. So please join us back for live weigh-ins a little bit later on this afternoon. I think it's about 3 o'clock when it starts, but should be really exciting.
Thanks, Kenneth. And closing out our Busch Light breakdown, yeah, it might have been slow where Kenneth was at, but where I was at, it wasn't slow to start things off. The first team that I pulled up to about 15-20 minutes after launch already had a limit. We saw a couple of teams today that already had a limit, and we're hearing other teams have good limits early in the morning. And just like the team that I just left had talked about, they're waiting for that certain time of day. The sun keeps going in and out. I think if we had some sun, things would be turning on a little earlier. But right now, the sun kind of hid behind the clouds. But we still got a lot of time ahead. Again, when you have 17 pounds by 9 o'clock in the morning, things are looking good. When you hear that a guy caught a 990 whatever last night, a 12-pounder a few weeks ago, you know there are big fish in here. And whenever they're big fish, then those weights can jump up exponentially in a hurry. So fish are being caught. A lot of fish are being caught. Most of these teams are looking for upgrades, sometimes big upgrades. But you can all check it out this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Wedowee Marine South is the kickoff to the ABT 100 for our first time ever from Lake Wedowee. So for all of our crew here on the Alabama Bass Trail, Kay, it's going to be a good one this afternoon. I can't wait to see what they have across the stage. I feel it's going to be between 20 and 25 pounds to win this thing.
All right, guys, thank you for your time out on the water. Thanks for covering. I think we said 25 teams. That's 1/4 of the field. That means 75 teams we did not see, and there's a lot of stuff going on out there. This lake, again, is 24 miles long, about 271 miles of shoreline. So there's a lot we didn't see, and I think that's what is really going to be exciting today at 3 o'clock. That's right. The tournament weigh-in is at 3 o'clock today. That's Central Standard Time. If you're going to be coming out to visit with us, please bring your lawn chairs. You may want to bring a blanket and a heavy coat. It's a little cool sitting here on the banks of Lake Wedowee. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you're not able to be with us today, check out AlabamaBassTrail100.org. We'll see you at 3 o'clock.